Pledge of Allegiance, and I'm going to have Mr. Gray lead us.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll move down to oral communication. The public may speak on any item not printed on the agenda. No action may be taken by the board.
My name is Arlene Fatiu, and I manage the Armory project out in Columbia that you guys, I am in your building, and I just came to give you a quick update. Won't take much of your time. I know that your agenda is very full today. We moved in right after December, right after we had our meeting, and you approved it. We moved right in. There are spaces for 30 additional vendors in there. Of those, 15 I already have filled. Of those, about 10 are brand new businesses who had never existed before. So your incubating business theory is working. To that end, I've worked with Larry Cope, and he is willing to come out and do some classes for those vendors, telling them the resources that the county has for small businesses. I've also worked with the Ag Commissioner, and she's willing to come out and work with the small producers in the county, the small farmers, because I need a few more farmers in my farmers market right now. Not much farming in Tuolumne County in January. Don't know if you knew that. But the small farmers are the ones that really I am seeking and looking for, and I'm saving spaces for them. So we're making improvements on the building. We have the bathrooms almost ready. We have the kitchen and the other projects that we were working on. And I just wanted to say thank you that it is a project that is working well. There are things going on, and we just appreciate your support in our project. Do you have any questions about that? Are we good?
Wednesday and Saturday, noon to 6.
Yes, sir. Some of my favorite vendors make candy in there, and if you haven't had any really great candy, I suggest you come on out.
Was that a paid commercial?
No, sir. No, sir. Nope. Really, I just wanted to really express my appreciation that it is a great community environment there. There are people that come and spend 2 and 3 hours and have a cup of coffee and sit and visit and talk, and that's actually the part that I enjoy the most, is watching people communicate and get to know each other. And if you haven't been out there, Mr. Hanvelt, I suggest you come and have a cup of coffee. I'll even buy.
I'll take orange juice, but I'll come.
I got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other oral communication? Seeing none, I'll have the clerk read the consent calendar.
Minutes of the meeting held on January 7th, 2014.
Okay. Do you have a motion on the consent calendar?
I move that we approve the consent calendar.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Any public comment? Seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Clerk, could you please read item 2?
Presentation of County Service Award to Ann Connolly, Human Service Agency Director.
All right, Mr. Pedro.
Mr. Chairman, can you join me? This is like double dipping. It was just a month or two ago. I was up here helping us all recognize Ann for her receiving the 2013 Excellence in Government Award from the Chamber of Commerce, but I don't mind laying into her again today. Because she deserves so. She is just completing 25 years with the county. She's been a resident of this county for 34 years. One of the things that's really unique for a department head in the county of Tuolumne is how Ann has just grown up through the entire Human Service Agency organization. She's had roles of a social worker, supervising social worker, social services supervisor, welfare program manager, HSA assistant director, and has been the director of our Human Service Agency for the last 6 years. One thing that I noted, I'm not going to go through everything I did in the application for the Excellence in Government Award, but one thing that I truly believe about Ann is she does all that she does as she worked up through the system, and certainly as a director of an agency. She oversees all these things with a passion for meeting the needs of our community, for being a good steward of the public's funds, regardless of the color of that money, whether it's state, federal, or local, but also sincerely cares for the agency's clients, and staff. And that's really saying something, because that's something that's heartfelt. You don't breed that into people. It's just something that's inherent about Ann, and it serves her and the county very, very well. And the other thing I'll just say in closing on this is, one thing I've really enjoyed over the years working with Ann is she's really a tactician. She digs into things like I dig into things. We keep roughly the same hours, which are, too many. But I know I can pick up the phone and talk with her and just throw out ideas and brainstorm, and we'll talk about things, again, from just the work end of things. But it comes down to how does this affect people and what we're trying to do. Again, that caring side of her. And after all the brainstorming, all the struggles with things, Ann's always very, very creative, and she makes a point of trying to find the positive thing, that light through the clouds, and looks towards that, and that's how she tries to inspire her staff. And in doing so, she's had that same effect over the years, inspiring me. So it's been a pleasure, continues to be a pleasure working with Ann, and join the board in just acknowledging her 25 years of service with the county.
Well, 25 years is a long time. I was probably an inch taller, wasn't coloring my hair quite as much, but it has been such a pleasure to work in a human services agency. And I think as I wind down in my career, what's really exciting is seeing the next generation of people who have a passion and commitment for those in need. And I feel like I've been so fortunate because the two things I love are, I love numbers, so I will tell you, I will be listening intently today when we talk about budget, because I love that. It's just something I've always enjoyed. And when I was a kid, I was the person, when people had issues or problems, often they would come and seek my advice, and I consider that an honor. So anyway, in closing, thank you, board, thank you, Mr. Pedro, and thank the people in the audience, members of HSA, who make my job just a pleasure every day. And we have a lot of challenges, but I'm still up for it for a while longer. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Clerk, could you please read item 2A?
Consideration of approving a certificate of recognition to honor and recognize Sierra Repertory Theater on their 35th anniversary.
All right.
Okay, thank you. This community, I think you all know how I feel about the arts, whether it be the fine arts or the performing arts. They touch our lives in a way that nothing else does. It's so important to the quality of our life and what we do. We are blessed to have an organization called SRT, Sierra Repertory Theater, and they're about to celebrate 35 years in our community. The contribution of SRT is just amazing to me. They produce a number of shows each year at 2 different theaters. They're very professional. People come from all over, and I love going to those shows personally, and I know it enriches my life, and I appreciate what they do. And so in honor of that, I can read this whole thing here about what they've done. In fact, maybe I should. Sierra Repertory Theater, founded 35 years ago by 5 dedicated young artists, and has grown into a flagship regional arts organization in Tuolumne County, producing a year-round season of exceptionally high-quality professional theater. Over the past 35 years, SRT has presented 7,764 performances of 281 full-scale productions that have been seen by 1,129,471 people. SRT employs a staff of 21 and contracts with more than 100 artists from throughout the United States each year. SRT has earned accolades for production quality and an ongoing community support from more than 500 donors and 1,500 subscribers. SRT continues to produce a broad range of world classics and contemporary work using talented company members and visiting guest artists, including members of the Actors Equity Association, Union of Professional Actors, and Stage Managers. SRT recently started and Education Program, SRT Junior, which includes a musical theater workshop for young artists, a traveling trunk show for students, and more productions for young people and families. SRT consistently receives top ratings from the California Arts Council annual awards from the National Endowment of the Arts, and recently completed a selective 6-year capacity building grant from the James Irvine Foundation. SRT continues to make a substantial economic contribution to the county by drawing an audience of more than 42,000 annually, more than half from out of the county, generating $3 million to the local economy each year, and assuring year-round boost to tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, SRT is not only a good citizen of our county, they enrich our lives, and it is my privilege to recommend the Board of Supervisors and move the Board of Supervisors approve an attached certificate for recognition commending Sierra Repertory Theater on their 35th year anniversary.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I will call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. And with that, I have a certificate here.
I think you
and
should present it.
If there's a representative from Sierra Repertory Theater, I'd be happy to present it.
I'm Sarah Jones. I'm one of the co-founders of Sierra Repertory Theater and have some of my compatriots here. Just want to thank you, Supervisor Hanvelt, and other supervisors as well, for this honor and acknowledgement, and just thank the thousands of board members, staff members, actors, directors, ticket buyers, donors, everybody else who's made the theater what it is in 35 years, and hope that we can continue for another 35 at least. If you haven't been to the theater recently, please come. We're opening with Les Miserables on March 1st, and we hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Could the clerk please read item 3?
Consideration of adopting a resolution declaring a local state of emergency due to the drought conditions.
Morning, Tracy.
Good morning. Tracy Riggs, Deputy County Administrator. As your board is aware, we're currently in one of the driest years on record. And as a result, about a dozen counties throughout the state of California have already declared a local state of emergency. Yesterday and for the last few weeks, staff has been working with both the local water agencies as well as the State Office of Emergency Services in keeping the state up to date as what's happening with us locally. Our local water agencies have been, as they always are, wonderful in keeping me abreast of everything that's going on, what they're experiencing, measures that they're taking. Today, you have a few of those members here. Yesterday, we met with local water agencies to get a feel for what they are experiencing, to give them information, to also reach out and hope that they will continue to feed us information so that we can support them in the best way possible. Today, you have Tuolumne Utilities District. Tom Sager, their general manager, Lisa and Glenn are also here to help provide some information and offer and answer questions. We also have John Sterling with Groveland Community Services District. Tom Trott is here with Twainhart Community Services District. And then you have some staff that are also here who will comment to you to provide some information so that you're able to make the best informed decision that you can on consideration of declaring a local state of emergency due to drought. And with that, we'll turn to Tom.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Tom Shays. I am the General Manager for Tuolumne Utilities District. Lisa Westbrook is handing to you some of the information that we have available both for your review and then also at the back of your board chambers. Also, there's a handout on a brief PowerPoint presentation that Glenn Nunley, one of our engineers, is going to make for us. And we're here, of course, to support the resolution that you're considering today. We see this as a very serious matter, and we'd like to give you some technical information that hopefully will make your decision a little bit easier and more comfortable.
Thank you.
Okay. Am I on? I'm live. All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've got just a short slide presentation to provide some numbers and some information I'll get through this, so maybe I can help paint a picture of kind of what we're facing here. This slide here is one that we present periodically to our board, and it's going to give you some numbers on reservoir storage. We get our water from Pinecrest and Lyons Reservoir from a storage standpoint. Primarily, our water does come from the storage in the snow. The rain and the snow comes every year, fills up our reservoirs, and off we go every single year. This year, however, we have some grave concerns. Right now, you can see about 3,000 acre-feet in Strawberry, that's Pinecrest Lake, about 1,500 acre-feet in Lyons, and for a total of about 6,000 acre-feet when I add in what we might get from the current snow that's up in the watershed right now. So at this point, our main concern is not necessarily our reservoirs. Those are perhaps about normal for this time of year. It's the lack of rain and snow that we are facing right now. The two numbers at the bottom of the screen, that's an accumulated rainfall for Sonora, it's about 3.2, and we only have about 2.5 inches of water content in the watershed right now to come down. That should be more like about 15 to 20 inches right now. This is a little bit of a story of what we have here just from a graphical standpoint to kind of paint this out. On the left is a graph that plots where the Sonora precipitation should be accumulating. That red line is about 1977. That's a very dry year that we use for planning, and we're significantly below that particular year in rainfall. And to date, we should be about 17 inches of rainfall normally, and we're maybe 20% of that right now. This is not just Tuolumne County, it's actually very much widespread. In the area that we're looking at here, that's a 5-station index for San Joaquin region. Again, it's about 22% of normal for precipitation in that area, and we're definitely below a 1977 type year. We're breaking records with this. This is historically low precipitation. And again, this is another map. This is locally here. This is what we watch. This is the snow water content to the watershed above Pinecrest. There's a station up there that I pretty much watch it daily, and we're not even up to where we were in 77. Again, 77 lines is red, and we're that big black line at the bottom. We had a snowstorm in early December and some rain in November, and that's about it we've had so far. It's widespread. This was sent to us from the National Weather Service, and this is showing the drought conditions. The red blob through most of California now has not been seen, and this darker red blob at the lower left-hand side just came online just a few days ago, and it's based. I'm just going to read what they said from the National Weather Service. This is a D4 exceptional drought in the dark blob. Is the worst drought category on the drought monitor, and the first time it's been used in California since monitoring the system started in 2000. All of California is quite dry. The other things that we watch are current forecasts. Looks like we have some rain and snow in the forecast, and these are some graphs that kind of show what we might expect. However, this is a 6 to 10 day outlook, and it looks like the storms may be kind of pushing more to the north. We're hoping we get more precipitation out of this. And then again, we watch a 2-week forecast, and you can see the below normal probability of precipitation is starting to encroach in our area. So we're not getting a lot of high hopes for a lot of precipitation coming our way. And this is kind of the seasonal outlook. Weather forecasters and climatologists are really looking for our area to be pretty well embedded in a drought condition. And a lot of this information is good. You can pick this up on the National Weather Service, the NOAA websites. There's a drought monitoring website, and there's a lot of information out there. It's hard to get everything out, but we're watching this very carefully. And kind of our final slide here, to paint a picture, on the left-hand side is what we have now in storage and what we can expect in the current snow. that the snow storage we know will increase, but we have really a lot of uncertainty in how much snow we'll really get to meet our demand. Our normal demand is that bar on the right-hand side. And this is intended to get us all the way through January of 2015. We need to get through 1 year, and the snow we're getting right now is going to be what we expect to carry us through the year. So we got a lot of work to do here. Thank you.
Just a couple of closing remarks. Tuolumne Utilities District has already initiated mandatory conservation phase 3. Our board's going to be holding another special board meeting to amend that and tighten some of those restrictions down a little bit more. Twain Harte Community Services District, its board has already passed mandatory conservation. Groveland Community Services District has been asked by its provider to cut back voluntarily 10 to 20% at this time and may be required more. So all your major water companies have already started their conservation programs. And we take this very serious, and I believe you understand the situation, and we're continuing to ask for your support.
Thank you. Go ahead, John.
Tom, just a quick question. This was asked to me last night, and I really couldn't answer it. You're asking for a 50% water cutback, use cutback, and this particular person uses below the minimum already, and is quite concerned that if they go 50% from where they're at right now, that they're not going to be able to make it. So what's the answer for those people?
What we're looking for is a system-wide conservation of 50%. And we know that we have customers that are diligent every day. And the phrase that's used a lot of time in the industry is they have very little elasticity left or room to move. And those are the customers that we applaud, and we want all of our customers to emulate them. So we don't expect a lot of water made up, but there's a lot of customers that do quite a bit of landscaping, particularly lawns are my favorite target, that we're going to be looking at getting out of those customers more than 50% that will compensate for those that are already doing such a great job.
In other words, you're not going to fine them $100 a month for...
No.
Because they're a good user of water.
One of the things my board has asked us to do is to look at a quantity of water that is considered reasonable in this type of situation and make that available at the normal rate.
Okay, and the second question has to do with large water users, say, like a hotel, motel, that really would, if they cut back all the inside water use 50%, they may not have a customer there. So how do we approach those?
Well, if you look at our water usage, over 80% of it is residential. And then we have our other larger users. We'll be looking, we've started a phone campaign where we're calling each one of our top 200 customers directly, and we're going to be talking to them about what they can and can't do. One of the things that we feel is important as an agency is to make sure that the business community not only survives but thrives as much as possible. So we'll try to help them wherever we can. Maybe it's changing out their shower heads to low flow if they don't have them, if they need some kind of conversion on their toilets or urinals, some other water usage. Curtail as much as they can. We're going to have to be somewhat flexible, but as a community, the 50% is our goal.
Right, thank you. And thank you for prompt action on that water leak that I emailed you on the other
Okay,
day. So.
thank you.
Ms. Brennan?
And so I just want to clarify, because there is a lot of information circulating out there. Some of it may not be accurate, but your ag customers will also be asked to have a 50% reduction.
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. And just kind of a comment on the side. We hear a lot of reference to the 1977 precipitation numbers, and I don't hear a lot of discussion about the increased allocation that we have today over 1977. So we talk about what rain fell, but we don't talk about what our water consumption is much higher today. And at some point, there's got to be a very serious discussion and movement on more storage. And we've got to face that issue head-on in Tuolumne County.
I agree with the discussion about increasing our supply, but comparing the diversions out of the South Fork Stanislaus, this community, and particularly the agencies that have managed our delivery system, we're diverting less now than we did in '77, and that's why we think we can survive.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Thank you
Yes.
for clarifying that.
And that's one of the great things.
Can you repeat that? We
Yeah,
use less
because
water now than
statewide-
1977?
Statewide, we
Is that what I
certainly don't,
understand?
it's a
Divert.
different discussion.
Okay.
Okay, we divert less water out of the river now than we have in '77. And the reason being, since I've been at the district, we gunite and improve a mile of our ditch system. And it's got many values, recreational, aesthetic, let alone historic, and we recognize those. But reducing our delivery losses and our operational losses is very important. And that's why based upon Glenn's advice and our water master, we started making operational changes in October to our deliveries, and we're currently taking less water out of the storage than we ever have historically to maintain what we have as long as possible.
Okay.
So it's interesting, but looking back at the PG&E diversions at the time, we've made significant improvements.
Well, I applaud that.
Yeah, and but that's our community also.
Go ahead, Randy.
Thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
I've long thought the water is probably the most important issue in the state, but I got a number of questions for you. You're on TV and you're on live streaming and all that kind of stuff, so you have an audience out there. Tell us, worst case scenario, what could happen this year? I want to get people's attention. I think you have to look at the worst case scenario. You have to realistically face what could happen. So what is it?
Worst case scenario is obviously no rain, nothing. That's the worst.
And what are the consequences of the worst case?
The consequences, number one, is that all the water agencies start doing what we've already continue to do what we've already started. Is that what we do? Emergency planning. 2 weeks ago, we opened our emergency command center at our district, and we started this scenario. What happens if it doesn't rain? Glenn gives us predictions. Okay, what do we have in storage? How long do we think that lasts? What's our option? Where can we get more water? We're currently looking at getting water out of New Maloney's either by purchase or by contract with a couple of water agencies and the federal government. We're getting cooperation from various state and federal agencies to reduce the outflows out of the reservoirs. We're going to have to look at possibly constructing temporary water treatment plants. We're looking at activating wells that haven't been used. We're starting to test those now, check the water quality. We're already gathering materials to construct alternative treatment facilities at locations that do not exist, at TUD. We've had conversations with Twain Hart about how their operation and ours can blend, because those two districts intertied almost 20 years ago, and through that intertie, we can supply them water and they can supply us water. How are we going to balance which treatment plant's best to run? With Groveland Community Services District, they constructed a treatment plant that can be, with some effort, dismantled and relocated. We've discussed, is that available? Do you need that? Could we put that in a location where we can take water out of another location and put that into the system? Like many people in Tuolumne County, my wife laughs at me because if I see something old that I think I might be able to use in the next 20 years, I tend to hang on to it. The district has done that. We have a couple of pressure vessels where we can turn them into a treatment plant. We also have 2 portable water treatment plants that we've acquired over the years that we might have to move around our community. So what I'm trying to say is that it could get very serious, And we are already preparing for how serious we think it could be to make sure that we have water to everyone.
Reading articles around the state, there are a number of communities that, in theory, at least that's what they say, could run out of water in the next 100 days.
Correct.
Is that a possibility for us?
Not within 100 days.
Is it possibly before the end of summer?
Theoretically, yes.
Okay. Are you putting together a suggested list of conservation methods that you can give to people, how to do things?
Yes, it's on our website. There's 2 handouts at the back. We'll be doing more. And I consider it my job not to let that happen.
Well, I understand. I mean, you're not in total control, Tom.
No, I am not. But, and
I'm just asking these
I'm asking
questions
for all
all
the
for the
prayers we
public.
can get, but-
The next question I've got is, you're a surface water company largely. You're talking about opening wells, groundwater.
Right.
We don't really know what groundwater looks like. A lot of us, myself included, live on groundwater out of a well.
Correct.
We should put out guidelines perhaps for people on wells, because they need to do the same thing. We don't know what's down there and how long those wells are going to run, and maybe we're going to have wells run dry.
Well, you are correct that TUD is 95% surface water, but of the 3 standalone well-only systems, we're putting them on the same conservation requirements that we are on our surface water customers. And so what I've said in the past, and we're going to continue to message out, is that I think everyone should be looking at water conservation. Now, what we've seen on our wells in past drought situations is that normally well systems up here tend to lag a year or so behind the severe
So
weather.
if we run out of surface water this year, we'll run out of groundwater next year? Is that what you're telling me?
It most likely will start impacting groundwater more severely next year, or years to come, depending on who you believe on
My
what.
point in asking that question is for people listening, both here and out on the live streams, we need to conserve water for our wells as well. There's no guaranteed supply down there. Next question. The county isn't in the water business as a supplier or distributor. However, we clearly have serious interest in water. That's why we reactivated the water agency, et cetera. What can the county do to support water conservation, helping people with things? And I'm thinking, I have one idea only, and that came from a friend, and that was, if wells run dry, maybe we can help them by streamlining processes where they can either drill deeper or a new well, because people on wells, in my case, I'm not even near you, so I couldn't hook up to you very easily. It's not an option. And so I think we could do some things to streamline well maintenance and things. I'm not sure what else we can do, but I'd like to hear from you guys about what the county can do to support water emergency, water needs from people.
Well, the first thing that comes to mind is what we discussed a little bit at the meeting that Greg and Tracy organized yesterday. And that's, we want to get together a group of key players and get an advertising campaign together to stress, one, the importance, because we're finding from our 200 calls that people still are not aware that there might be a water issue. And then start developing a consistent, repetitive message of the concern and what the options are. So we're putting together an ad campaign, and we started talking about that, and would like the county to participate with us, because in that we can also then tailor that message to not only surface water users, but also then the well water users and what they can do to conserve. So that's kind of the first thing. And then obviously this resolution today, I think, will be helpful for all the water agencies as we start looking for funding, because as someone accurately pointed, we've met with all of our wholesalers and retailers and a couple of other of them, and they're talking about, someone made the obvious observation, is that we're going to have increased expenses and reduced revenue. So how are we going to manage that? Well, normally that's done by making some type of rate change, but with Proposition 218, and or if you're a PUC-regulated water agency, that's more difficult to do. So we're hoping that the state and federal government starts making some operational monies available to us. And again, I think this declaration will help do this, and we may be calling for some support from the board members as we go for that. So those are first couple of things.
Okay, well, I'll stop now, but I just see a whole bunch of questions, and I think we need to stay on this on a regular basis. I don't expect this to be, if you will, out of the woods this year based on the way things have gone so far. I think this is a problem at least until we get a decent year of rain.
Well, kind of going back to your first set of obvious difficult questions, even if we get normal rainfall from now until the end, that's only 15 inches of rain. So that still means significant conservation. Lisa and I put together a weekly report to our board that outlines what staff has done during that week on this issue. And so what we told Tracy that from now on we'll start making that available to her and then this board so that you know at least what we're doing. And I think having these meetings that Craig and Tracy have talked about having where the water agencies are all getting together and we're explaining where we're at, what we're doing, and where we need to go also can be then brought back to you all.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah. Thanks, Tom, for coming, and thanks for all that you're doing. I did attend the TUD board meeting the other night where they passed a resolution declaring the stage 3 water rationing. And I did attend the meeting yesterday with all the water districts along with Supervisor Royce, our chairman. I'm convinced of two things. First of all, that the emergency is very real. This isn't something that a utility district or several utility districts is dreaming up. This is real. And it's a real emergency for the entire county. It is important that users of well water do conserve, because if your well goes dry and you're close to TUD, you're going to be wanting TUD to help bail you out. And the reality is they're already going to be stressed, and that's just going to stress them more. We don't know what's in the ground, honestly, and I don't think anybody is competent to tell us what is in the ground. And it is likely the ground is not recharged any more than the surface water systems have recharged. So we really need a county-wide effort. We came together like no community ever has in Rimfire, and it's time to come together again. So I'm appealing personally, but on behalf of all the residents of the county, for us to get through this together. The second thing that I'm convinced of, after having extensive discussions with both board members and staff at TUD, that and other water districts, that our water districts get it, and that they're doing the very best they can to be good providers of water services, water and sewer services to our citizens as best they can in light of the circumstances of the emergency. There's a lot of things that they have to do on a daily basis in terms of flushing systems and everything that to the casual observer may look like a waste of water, but they have to do that in order to provide safe water to their consumers. So don't jump to conclusions when you see something that you think doesn't look right. Every single person in the utility districts is working very, very hard to do everything they can to get us through as best we can. Again, this is a very serious emergency. I hope my fellow board members agree with me and that they support this resolution declaring a countywide emergency. And it's very important that, again, we work through this as a county and as a one community. So that's my appeal, and I certainly plan on supporting the motion. And I'll be glad to make the motion when it's time.
Thank you. At this time, I'll open it up for public comment.
Good morning. Imagine me coming before this board again. Just want to say, in concert with every discussion that's occurred this morning on this matter, Tom is very serious when he says it's his job and responsibility to do everything in his power to make sure that the community stays in water. He means it. And that goes for each and every one of the TUD employees that I have ever met or had occasion to work with in any way, from giving up their personal life to working as a team, and there is not an argument at that table, and everyone knows what needs to be done. So you can rest comfortably that they'll do everything that they can. However, as it was stated, it's not all in Tom's control. There are things that can affect the availability of that water supply, and there's nothing that can be done. You can't appropriate it correctly to make everyone happy and make everyone whole, so everybody's got to feel a little bit of it. One of the things that I express my concerns about, aside from the TUD concerns in water supply, would be your community systems. We touched on the groundwater wells and all of that, but you've got some relatively large well-only, no backup supply community systems in areas where historically TUD has seen some lowering groundwater levels during dry times. So I would definitely engage those folks. Even though they're state regulated, they may think they're exempt from any of that, so it would be good to engage them. Representing, well, my name is Pete Campo, by the way. I didn't get that. I didn't get my little sign either. So state your name. With the Building Industry Association, we want to make sure that we convey to you the concerns that this is going to touch every aspect of the county, everything from, the obvious water supply and irrigation, all that, to business and building and commercial and recreation, government facilities, your parks, everything that you have can be affected by this, both cost, loss of landscape, as well as the health and safety aspect. Huge. That, when Tom talks about keeping the community in water, primary focus is health and safety. Okay. When you talk about, hey, my lawn is dying, my landscape is dying, I just landscape, my pool can't be filled, my crop can't be irrigated, those decisions are being made. But when you think about it, it's the health and safety of the community, it's the sanitation, it's keeping the system pressurized for sanitation, for firefighting. So those are big concerns. The building industry would like to recommend that, recognizing the two major disasters that have occurred, this being the second, that will change the way that the state manages water. I'm just telling you, December and January will be the new numbers, the new normal for calculations into the future, because 76, 77 is no longer. You saw the data, and that's going to take some big actions on the part of the state. It is time now, because it will take you decades to develop additional water supply. This board, in concert with TUD in any way possible and the other providers in the county, need to immediately and aggressively take a stand formally in the community, so that as you engage your representatives, federal, state, environmental, community, you can state that we all look to carry this forward on a unifying platform, that we need to address this emergency. And I feel very comfortable with addressing this with this emergency motion, because I feel that it is that critical. This water supply is so small and so flashy and so overregulated. There will be an eternal conflict with every one of these things, the permits through FERC, recreation, everything in the water supply in Pinecrest. It is good. It does provide for the community, but it's very regulated. So we would look to the water agency and the county board to support three major initiatives. The first of which is as much energy and effort as you can put into supporting water conservation, be it in your permitting processes, in your review processes, in planning or anything, to streamline the process of public outreach and construction of anything that assists in water conservation. And that affects TUD as well as the private citizen. And that's both treated water end user and raw water system savings. But remember, even if this ditch was piped or completely lined that TUD has, you have nowhere to store it. You can't store what you save. In reality, you've got two small reservoirs that do what they do this year. So conservation is number one. That's your immediate response. Number two is a resolution or some action of this board supporting additional water supply would definitely carry weight with our federal representatives and our state representatives in this emergency regarding water supply at New Melones. We've gotten really no mileage. Every time we talk to the federal representatives about a water supply, they say, yeah, and then you see them produce a bill related to someone in the valley. This is real here. You have an opportunity to state that. The last thing, and probably the most controversial, those are immediate. Water conservation, New Melones. Okay? That's got a bridge 10 to 15-year period as you apply for water rights and develop a place to store and use that water in some way. I don't know where that location is, but there's some opportunities. That's the future of this county. I believe it's been stated all the way back in history through the various water agencies and everything else to focus on water supply for the future. And that means big investments, big time, big energy, and a partnership with TUD to carry that forward in applying for storage and then water rights. That takes everybody. So those are big initiatives. I know that's a big deal, but I would like to see the board adopt some formal action either through its water agency or otherwise to support that as an emergency measure moving forward.
Thank you. Is there any questions or additional public comment? Morning, Tom.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Tom Trott. I'm the general manager for Twain Harte Community Services District. And we provide as one of our services water service to the community of Twain Harte, if you didn't know that already. And I would like to just, on behalf of my board, thank you for considering this and would like to express their support of you approving this declaration of a state of emergency. I don't have a lot to add to what Tom and Pete had just said, but I would like to reiterate a couple things. One, I can't say it enough, and I don't think we can say it enough, this is a very serious issue. This has very significant impacts, not to Twain Harte or Sonora, but to our entire community. This is a community-wide issue. And when I say serious impacts, I know it's an inconvenience to stop watering your lawn and things like that, but we're talking about protecting our health, our sanitation, and our safety, which is vastly important. And so I want to reiterate that, and I also want to reiterate what Supervisor Rotifer suggested, that this is a community-wide issue, and we need community-wide support. We need our community to stand up together, first with our agencies together and the Board of Supervisors, but also as citizens, we need to take this thing head on, just like we did with the Rim Fire. And so I think this resolution today is a good step towards that, and we have a long road ahead of us still to make it through this. And so I just want to thank you on behalf of my board and myself, of this community, and encourage that you adopt this resolution today.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? If not, I'll bring it back to the board. Carl.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that the Board of Supervisors approve a resolution declaring a county state of emergency for the drought conditions.
Second. Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Is there any discussion regarding the motion on the floor? Go ahead.
Just a couple of comments. I think we're all understand the emergency and the need. I would like to see the county staff take a look at what we can do to support people who may or may not be in trouble, for instance, the well issue and having to do things. And then the other comment is, 2 weeks ago tomorrow, I was at the RCRC meeting, and the Assembly Speaker was there to speak, and he was speaking mostly on budget, but he did bring up the water bond, which has been scaled down from the original Cogdill thing, but he made a comment that there was room in that for surface storage. And I think it behooves all of us to go after our state representatives to force that issue. I think Pete made the comment, it'll take years to decades maybe to get that done, but we can't put it off. We need to find ways to store water so that we have more of it to hold us through these kinds of emergencies. It will happen again. We know that it will happen again. All we got to do is look at history. 76, 77, now we got a worse condition. It will happen again. So I just want to add that caveat and that suggestion to everybody.
I would agree, and as I think most of the board would agree that we'd want to direct staff to be, as Mr. Campos said, as aggressive as possible regarding the initial efforts we're going to be having to deal with regarding conservation and so forth, and finding additional supplies, and then the long-term, more politically dynamic kind of issues that are going to be probably facing us real soon with all the imminent threat. So with that, I will call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. And with that,
Tom, thanks for all you do, buddy.
could you please read item 4?
Consideration of amending the 2014 legislative platform by adding an item seeking reimbursement to utility companies for use of water for wildland fire protection services.
Staff report.
Good morning again. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. This item before you, we became aware of the California regulation that prohibits reimbursement for fire protection services except pursuant to an agreement during the various applicant briefings that we did. It first came up in our FMAG, which is a Fire Management Assistance Grant, in which some of our local utilities were informed that they would not be reimbursed for the water used. Now, water used for operations, that part is different, but this has had an adverse effect on some of our local water agencies. Supervisor Brennan and Supervisor Rutherford approached me and asked that staff look at this and amend the 2014 legislative platform that your board adopted in January. And since that time, Sarah and I have also been discussing this, and I just wanted her to share with what some of her research was with you as we go forward here.
Sure. So I looked at the Government Code Section 53069.9. There's one case law interpreting what that code section means, and it's actually a case out of LA County where a fire district and water agencies were suing one another because the water agencies were providing water to the fire districts, and initially there was an arrangement when the subsection B, paragraphs 1 and 2 were included in this code section, then they stopped paying the fee. So of course that instituted or a lawsuit began. But basically, the case that interprets this code section says that paragraph B, 1 and 2, was specifically included to abrogate a holding in a prior case. And the prior case basically held that the water agency could charge the fire district for the water service without any sort of contract. So the whole point is that, and the court held in the LA County case, that the water district is under no obligation to supply free water to a fire district, but there has to be an agreement. So I just wanted to hopefully that clarifies some issues about what the code section means, what's the intent of it, because it's kind of unclear when you just read it on its face.
Question?
Go ahead, Tom.
Is a verbal agreement satisfactory?
No.
It's got to be
It
written.
has to be a written formal agreement, and that was specifically addressed in this case.
There was something, Sarah, did the legislature, they overruled, you had said
Right.
something for that court case that went through.
The initial court case, which did actually hold it could be what they call an implied in fact contract, but a verbal contract or something that is not formally written. They specifically put in the paragraphs B1 and 2 to address that case and overrule it because they did not like the outcome. Yes.
I think I'm not so concerned about small fires and, you know, working day to day between water districts and fire districts. That's not my concern. My concern is something like a rim fire, where there are mechanisms out there for all kinds of reimbursables, okay? And yet, for a huge quantity of their revenue source, there's no method for water districts to get reimbursement. And we just heard that basically we've got a fixed amount of water coming down the chute, so to speak. And any water that is used in dealing with a fire, certainly a fire the size of rim fire or anything of significant magnitude, that water that's used to fight the fire, and I'm not questioning whether the firefighters ought to get the water, but there ought to be not so much I'm concerned about a direct charge agreement between the water district and the fire district, but there ought to be some mechanism through Cal OES or FEMA for those people to be reimbursed for the loss of their revenue. I mean, basically, they lost their product. And that's what I'm kind of interested in pursuing as part of the legislative platform. I don't question the need for the firefighters to get the water, and I don't want every fire district and every utility district to have you know, agreements. And if certainly if we're putting out a house fire or a relatively small fire, but we had a state-declared state of emergency, we had a county-declared state of emergency, and eventually we had a national emergency declared. So we ought to be pursuing legislation that under those extreme situations that water districts ought to be able to seek state and federal reimbursement for the loss of the revenue.
Yeah, I think on that same line, you take Groveland Community Service District as an example. All the water used on the fire, again, I'm not questioning letting them use it, but it all has to run through a treatment system. It's all potable water, and it's a tremendous cost to a small district to not get reimbursed for. You know, many thousands of dollars are spent running those treatment plants, plus the staff involved. And I know the tremendous effort that Community Service District put forward just to keep their water, the water available. You know, PG&E shut off the power to their plants, and they had to have auxiliary generators running. And that was all done, you know, to keep the fire at bay. So, again, don't question the use of the water for the fire, but they seem to reimburse, as Carl said, for just about everything. It would seem logical that they would reimburse for the cost of having to use that treated water.
No. Sorry, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah. Supervisor, I would just draw your attention to the language we put into the memo, because I think we're tracking, is it's not the everyday fire that we thought was the objective. And so this says the language it suggests is eliminate the statutory limitation on local utility agencies' ability to receive reimbursement for water used to fight wildland fires in instances of state and or federally declared emergencies. Now, you could inject local, but I could almost predict that then folks at the state or federal level are going to say, well, you could do that just to work us at any time. But if it actually achieves the level of state or federal, that's remarkable, and I think they'd look at it that way.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
All right, I see nodding heads. Is there any other board questions, or can I go to public comment? All right. Is there any public comment on this matter?
Good morning. I'm John Sterling with Groveland Community Services District, and we provided over 3 million gallons of water for the rim fire. And It was an effort. We have about $21,000 in labor expenses that we're probably not going to be able to recover. Right now, we did receive payment from Forest Service for 1.2 million gallons that was used for their base camp. But our expense is about $14,000. And our water fund was in the red when we started the fiscal year. Mid-year budget adjustment, we're in the red for $53,000, not including the expenses from the rim fire. So it is an impact. And we asked our council to look at it, and they feel that it's a very poorly written statute, and we feel it should be changed. I don't know of a small agency or a large agency that could absorb the costs of what happened with the rim fire. So.
Thank you. Any other public comment? If not, I'll bring it back to the board and see if we have a motion.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and move to amend our legislative agenda to include pursuing avenues of legislation that would allow for during declared state and or federal states of emergency to allow for reimbursement at the state or federal level for the water provided from utility districts to firefighters.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Rutherford, second by Gray. And is there any discussion on the motion?
No, I would just make a request, though, that we send letters right away to our state legislators, asking them to get engaged on this topic.
Okay. Very good. All right, then I'll call for the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And let's see, could the clerk please read item 5?
Consideration of approving the plans and specifications for the Columbia Pool Chemical Storage Facility project and authorizing a call for bids due at 1:30 p.m. in the County Administrator's Conference Room on March 12, 2014.
Thank you. Mar.
Good morning. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator, and with me is Eric Aiken. He is your Recreation Supervisor in charge of your aquatics programs. Several years ago, Tuolumne County, as you know, received Prop 40 funds. These funds were directly to go to various recreation projects, whether it was to look at ball fields and the skate park, or in this case, pools. And we put together a plan to look at what projects were most important, and one of those projects that we had on our list to complete was a redoing the chemical storage facility out in Columbia Pool. As you know, the county enjoys a relationship with Columbia Elementary School, and we have in 2010 we've just renewed our lease agreement for a 50-year term with them. And with this, it means that Tuolumne County operates and maintains the pool and the associated facilities. This project is a long time coming, and it's great to be in front of you. Because this project was supposed to be just a simple project. It basically entailed the construction of a new chemical storage facility and then reduce some of the plumbing and some of the electrical work and make some minor modifications to the site around those improvements. But because this property is located on the school property, the State Department of Agricultural's office out of the Department of General Services got involved in this, and all the permitting had to go through them, and we needed to get approval. So, as I said, what was a simple project is now a very complex project. As I said, it was just a chemical storage facility, but now, at their request, not the county's, we have had to add an ADA bathroom. We debated with them in regards to the hazardous material classification that was assigned to this project. We haggled over doors, lights, and pathways. They required 2 SOLS reports, and we had to do the re-engineering of the calculations for this project twice. The plans were submitted to the Division of State Architectural Offices no fewer than 7 times. So I just wanted to go through that just so you knew why there were such delays on this project. But we're finally here. We're in front of you. We're ready to go. We have received our permit from the Division of State Architectural's office. They're requiring us to have on site during the course of this project a Class 2 DSA certified inspector. So I'm in the process of an RFP process and to obtain an inspector for this project if we proceed. The project is estimated to take about 120 days from the notice of completion. The funds of this project are contained in the capital budget, and the engineer's estimate is $295,750. If we are able to proceed with this project today, the construction would commence April 14th, and it would be completed, and your memo is wrong, it should say August 14th, 2014. During this time of construction, we'll be staying away from the pool area. It'll be right adjacent to it. So it is our plan to operate and open the pool up while during constructions. We've had permission from both the working with the school and also working with the state fire or the local fire marshal's office to be able to continue to operate this. Superintendent John Penley is here in the audience if you have any questions in regards to being on the Columbia campus. Staff is here to answer any questions you may have. And I just wanted to note it, I really want to thank the citizens of the the Columbia area. They have struggled without a pool for the past 2 years because of the delays that were placed upon us, and it's been very frustrating for them. And so we're happy today to present to you the Columbia Pool Chemical Storage Facility and asking your authority to go out to bid for this project.
Thank you. Go ahead, Craig.
Just a word, because folks may be wondering, so we're talking about operating a pool this year. That still needs to be clarified. We're having a discussion about that yesterday with that meeting with the other water agencies. And in past severe drought situations, the public pools have been filled in order to encourage people not to fill their, because actually that's a requirement. They can't be filling the private pools, but giving a place, a common place, where people can come and cool off. And we can still make our kids water safe because we still need to provide swim lessons and those kinds of things. So that is part of the dialogue, but it's actually meant as a way to conserve. By encouraging people, give an alternative to filling their own pools. So just a word on that.
Thank you. Supervisor Rutherford.
The CAO preempted me on that one. Yeah, he did a very fine job of clarifying it. We will be good TUD customers, and we will do our part to conserve.
All right, thank you. Anything else, or go to public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. See if there's a motion.
Well, since it's in my district, I'll move to on staff recommendation on this.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion by Rutherford, and I think Handel second. Sherry did. Either way, you guys can fight it out. And with that, I will call for the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Clerk, could you please read item 6?
Consideration of recognizing unanticipated revenue in the amount of $151,000 for the Recreation in Lieu Fund and increase appropriations in the same amount to the Twain Harte Pool Project line item in the capital budget, and approving plans and specifications for the Twain Harte Pool Chemical Storage Facility project. Authorize a call for bids at 1:30 p.m. in the County Administrator's Conference Room on March 14th, 2014.
Staff report.
Great. Morning, Frank, Deputy County Administrator, and Eric Aiken, your Recreation Supervisor. Basically, we're here for the second time regarding the Twain Harte Pool. As you remember, the county received Roberta Zeeberg Harris grant funds in the amount of $324,000, specifically to make improvements to the Twain Harte Pool. Back in June of this year, there was a call for bids that went out, and at bid opening, we only received 2 bids. Both of those bids were well above the engineer's estimate at that time. A poll was taken really to find out what was going on with the project. Why were we getting bids so far higher than what the engineer's estimate was? And when we talked to those contractors, they were really worried about the work called out in regards to the pool. At that time, we were only looking at patching parts of the pool, and they were concerned that once they got in there and start patching one part, another part might come off, and they would be looking at the end of the game, patching the whole pool. Staff went back and really analyzed that and came before you to make a recommendation that at this point in time, let's go ahead and reject all bids that were received and really come back and look at the rescoping of the project. Number one, we wanted to look and see what we could do to reduce some of the costs that were in the original scope of work. And two, if the pool is really truly failing, what can we do? And shouldn't it be, instead of patching it, shouldn't we look at replastering, resurfacing the whole pool instead of that? So staff went back, worked with the architect, who is ArcPact Architects, and went through and deleted some of the items from the scope of work, and then, as I said, added back in the resurfacing of the entire pool. The contingency, that now that we've added those things back, the plans are ready to go. They have been approved by the CRA, have been reviewed and approved by your CRA staff, excuse me. The amount of the bid right now is $445,307. That includes a 10% contingency. To try to give us as much flexibility as we can, there were several bid deducts added to this bid. So, for example, in your memo, I've listed those on the second page. So, eliminate the sidewalk from the driveway to the new chemical storage facility. Instead of, we could place asphalt shingles versus a metal roof, and utilize split face block on the chemical storage facility instead of stucco. So those are the things that we've put into place that if the bids come in a little bit high, we can still manage this project and not have to go out to bid again. If we're able to proceed with this project, it's estimated to take about 120 days from the notice to proceed. As far as funding, we were able to add additional funds to this project. We're asking the board at this time to recognize unanticipated revenue from a recreation in lieu of fund, and in that fund, we're asking $151,000 be added to this project besides what we already had in the capital budget line item. So we would have the, besides the recreation in lieu fund of $151,000, we'd also have the Roberta Zeeberg grant funds of $290,602. And then, as you remember, there's a portion of this project in which we need to comply with ADA from the parking lot in the front of the building to the front gate, and there was $10,000 of general fund dollars added to this project for that. If we're able to proceed with this project, the construction would commence April 14th, and we're hoping to be done by July 14th. Now, unlike the Columbia project, while this work is being done, we were not able, because we're working on the pool and such, we will not be able to have that open. So it's a good likelihood that this pool, unless the contractor is able just to get in and bust out the work, this pool will not be open this season. And I know that's going to be extreme hardship. I know the community, our residents and the visitors to the Twain Harte area really count on that. And I just want it to be known right now up front that the likelihood is we won't be able to open that one this summer. If we proceed to go forward with this project, there's two recommendations that staff has for you in this, in your board memo. The first one, just so you know, because we're asking to recognize unanticipated revenue, that needs to be a 4/5 vote. So the two recommendations before you are to recognize that unanticipated revenue in the amount of $151,000 from the Recreation in Lieu of Fund, and also to grant us approval to go forward with the plans and specifications that were presented to you on the Twain Harte pool chemical storage facility, and authorize bids with the bids due back at 1:30 in the County Administrator's Office conference room on March 14th.
Thanks, Bob. Questions? Public comment? All right, and this is in District 3, and we've reviewed this extensively before, so I'll be happy to make a motion based on staff recommendation. Would somebody happily second me? All right, motion and second on the floor. Is there any discussion? Call for the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And with that, I will recess the Board of Supervisors and see if we can quickly, and I'll call the Water Agency in session and see if we could quickly get through 7 and 8. So could you please read item 7?
Consideration of appointing the chairman and vice chairman for 2014.
Mr. Chairman, it can be very quick. This was to clean up a technicality in order for you to do committee assignments.
Yep.
The Water Agency needs to formally appoint a chair and a vice chair. The recommendation is to go ahead and appoint yourself as chairman and Supervisor Gray, John Gray, as vice chairman. And just as a reminder, County Council is looking at a longer-term policy that will, on any agencies like this, can just be it'd be automatic that the Board of Officers would be the officers for such agencies.
Perfect.
I can just clarify that if you'd like. We did look at it. We can do that. What we need to do, though, is for each agency. So the Water Agency would need to adopt that policy that the board chair and vice chair are the chair and
Default.
vice chair. Right. So it's each individual entity,
Okay.
not the Board of Supervisors adopting it, and we can certainly do that.
Okay. Carl?
Okay, then, in that case, I move to nominate Supervisor Royce as the chairman, Supervisor Gray as the vice chairman, and to adopt a water agency policy for the future that would have the chairman and the vice chairman elected by the Board of Supervisors to serve also as the chairman and the vice chairman of this agency. Can I do that?
Well, the second part of the motion should probably be more direction to staff to bring that back because it's not part of the agenda right now, but we will certainly bring that back to put that on the agenda for the water agency policy.
I think we have a consensus for that.
Okay. Then I'll amend my motion just for the nominations of chairman and vice chairman.
Thank you. Is there?
I'll
all right.
second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment? Call for the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion is unanimous. Thank you. Please read item 8. Oh, and this is just presentation chair appointments. It's included in your packet.
Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, you can read it real quick.
Presentation of chairman committee appointments for 2014.
Thank you. And there's like I said, a list of those, and Supervisor Rotifer had.
I just would recommend that we add, or that the chairman consider adding Mountain Counties and Northern California Water Coalition to be represented by the same people that represent the Board of Supervisors to those two.
Just list them as being represented for the water agency.
Yeah, as
Okay.
well as the board.
I would ask that that be included as part of my appointments. And with that, if there's no other discussion, I guess it's just a presentation. I will adjourn the Tuolumne County Water Agency, and we have a closed session appointment at 10:30, so I think at this point I will recess the Board of Supervisors for 10 minutes and then go into that closed session. So, do we expect to have anything to report?
No.
No?
No.
Do you want to read that closed session then for us, please?
This is the 10:30 item, closed session conference with labor negotiators Craig Pedro and Friend, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on that? If not, we will recess for our break and then go to closed session. Back to order. We had our 10:30 closed session, nothing to report. Could the clerk please read item 9?
Consideration of approving two separate amendment number ones to agreements with W.H. Brashears, Inc. for fuel, bulk fuel and lubrication delivery services and card lock fueling.
Okay. Staff report.
Dana Vaccarezza, Community Resources Business Manager. I'm not sure if you remember, but in December 2011, the county issued 2 requests for proposals, one for card lock fueling and one for bulk fueling. Your board awarded both fuel agreements to W.H. Brashears, and those agreements were executed with a term from February 15th of 2012 through February 14th of 2014. In the contracts, or both agreements, there was the option for the county, with Brashears' concurrence, to extend the term of each agreement in writing 2 separate times for a period of not more than 1 additional year for each extension. Since Brashears has provided satisfactory services and the current agreements are due to expire next week, we contacted Brashears and had their concurrence to extend or to exercise the first option to extend the agreements. So before you today are 2 amendment number ones to each of these agreements that would extend the agreements for 1 year to a 3-year term ending February 14th, 2015.
Thank you. Any board questions? Public comment? Bring it back for deliberation or a motion?
I'd move on staff recommendation.
Thank you. Do I have a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could the clerk please read item 10?
Consideration of establishing a $15 fee for fiscal year 2014-15 to administer and defend Chapter 5.28 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, it's control of rents in mobile home parks.
Thank you. Staff report.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Sheila Shanahan, Housing Program Coordinator. Your board establishes an annual mobile home park rent control fee each year, and the fee covers the administration of the mobile home rent control ordinance and also the cost to defend it. The fee is assessed for each space under rent control, and there are currently 743 spaces under rent control. The cost is split between the park owner and the residents are assessed on a pro rata basis over the entire year on their rent bill. The Board of Supervisors Housing Policy Committee, at their January 15th meeting, did vote to recommend to your board approval of the fee as proposed. The fee is $15. Last year, the fee was $30, and there's a decrease this year because last year we were required under the ordinance to do a resident survey, and there were also higher fees associated with complaints that we received. The recommendation is that your board establish an annual fee for fiscal year 2014-15 for administration and defense of the county's mobile home rent control ordinance in the amount of $15 per mobile home space that is subject to the ordinance.
Thank you. Questions?
Just a note, that's a reduction of last year's fee.
Yes, cut in half.
Actually, it's 50% of last year's fee.
That's probably good.
Yep. Public comment? Bring it back for motion.
Be glad to move on staff recommendations.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call for the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Could the clerk please read item 11?
Consideration of referring a proposed update of the housing element of the Tuolumne County General Plan to the State Department of Housing and Community Development.
Staff report.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. As you are aware, the California Government Code requires that every city and every county in the state of California have a general plan. The code also requires that there be 7 mandatory elements that be addressed in those plans. The housing element is one of the mandatory elements, and it is the only element that is required by state law to be reviewed and certified by the state of California. In this case, the Department of Housing and Community Development serves as the state agency responsible for certifying these elements, and if you do not have a certified element, you cannot qualify for funding. As you're aware, the county receives significant funding through the home program for our first-time home buyers and our housing rehabilitation and tenant-based rent control assistance programs that we would not be able to obtain in the future if we do not have a certified housing element. The housing element is required to be updated every 5 years. Our housing element must be reviewed and approved by the state of California by June 30th of 2014. We have been working closely with your Housing Policy Committee to update the housing element, and the committee reviewed it on November 6th, December 18th of 2013, and on January 15th of this year, the committee endorsed the document that you have before you today. The California Government Code mandates the housing element address and identify existing and projected housing needs, and a statement of goals, policies, quantified objectives, financial resources, and scheduled programs for the preservation, improvement, and development of housing. It also must address adequate housing sites and make provisions for existing and projected needs of all economic segments of the community. You'll note that you received a housing element that consists of almost 160 pages. Most of this are the statistics that must be updated every 5 years. And hopefully you've had an opportunity to at least take a look at this. But at this time, we are asking your board to refer the housing element to the Department of Housing and Community Development in Sacramento for them to do a review of the element. Typically in the process, they then make comments on the element. Staff will work with them to address the comments. And once HCD is satisfied, then you are also directing us to take this element to the Planning Commission for conducting a public hearing and making a recommendation to you, which will be brought back to you for a public hearing and adoption, and then sent back to HCD for certification, all before the end of June.
Fun.
Sheila Shanahan, our Housing Program Coordinator, is here to answer any questions you might have about this voluminous document.
I don't have a specific question at this time, but I believe that the Housing Committee did a really good job in their review of this document. In reading the minutes, they covered a lot of things. And I'm sorry that you had to work with Supervisor Hanvelt for so long. But
We thank you for that comment.
yeah. Anyway, that's just my comment this time.
Thanks, John. Any other board questions?
No, just a quick comment too. Was especially like seeing the addition of some analysis of the property insurance costs related to fire, because I know a lot of our constituents saw huge problems with that this fall. And then, I continue to hear at a number of the Agency 12, the aging committees that I'm on, about the need for incentivizing senior housing. And I tried to find some language. I don't know if there's an opportunity here to do that, but we really need to, I think at some point, look at how we can incentivize. It sounds like there is a real need for senior housing in our community. So I saw it in a couple of spots where, we included language about seniors, but nothing specific that would incentivize building senior housing.
Yes, we do have a section on special needs which recognizes senior housing, and the Housing Policy Committee is interested in having another forum to talk about all types of housing. We had a senior housing forum last year, and I think those are beneficial to really hear about the people who need this type of housing and what we can do to help them. And we do have one policy that specifically to identify opportunities to provide senior housing or assist them in the provision of such housing.
There was extensive discussion about that and about actually incentivizing specific criteria for housing, being close to services, level access, wide, doorways, universal access, that type of stuff. And so I think we were directing that at some point we're going to pursue that. Did that get in there, or?
That's some of the stuff I was looking for, and I couldn't find it. So if it is in here.
I think it's in our work plan is where it is, but the problem with any of these things is that they're really a journey and not a destination. I mean, we're constantly having to deal with the needs. For instance, the affordable housing thing, we did a lot of work in the last couple of years to revise the affordable housing, the inclusionary ordinance is what it's usually called. We still haven't been able to generate units off of that, but it's a lot more friendly than it used to be. And, we're dealing with market conditions and all those kinds of things, too. It's a frustration because housing in the broad spectrum, we need senior housing. We need all of the broad spectrum, low income, very low income workforce housing. I mean, what do we do?
Yeah.
You just keep writing the best things we can.
Yeah. So I see you guys flipping over there. Did you find anything else, or?
Yes, Program 3GH, for example, on page 19, consider incentives to encourage the use of universal design features in existing and new residential properties. Those are the ADA compliant.
3-foot doorways.
Exactly.
No steps.
That are geared
foot
towards the
ramps.
seniors, and so people will be able to age in place.
Yeah.
So we do have some policies about that.
And I think you could just take this as direction from the board. I think we would all want to see something like that pursued in the future as staff time permits. Yeah. So with that, I'm going to call for public comment. Bring it back to the board, see if we have a motion.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, thank you. I have a motion, a second on the floor. Any discussion regarding the motion? Call for the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Clerk, please read item 12.
Consideration of recognizing wait a minute. Sorry. Consideration of referring proposed amendments to the land use element of the Tuolumne County General Plan to the Tuolumne County Planning Commission.
Thank you. Staff report.
Good morning. Adam Piskowski, Senior Planner for the CRA. The Senate Bill 244 was adopted in 2011, which requires, before the next adoption of the housing element, which is July 1st, that each county review and update the land use element to do three things. Identify and describe each legacy community in the county that is a disadvantaged unincorporated community, include an analysis of water, wastewater, stormwater drainage, and structural fire protection needs for each of the communities, and to include an analysis of potential funding that can make the extension of those services financially feasible. To identify disadvantaged legacy communities, staff utilize Tuolumne County parcel data, 2010 census income data, and 2010 census population data. We used topographic maps to gather and identify areas that had at least 10 dwellings adjacent or in close proximity to one another, which is required by the Senate bill. For that, we use parcels that are less than 2 acres in size, since we're a rural area. And we also identified those that were, or that have existed for at least 50 years. Those areas were mapped, and we then overlaid those with the median household income of 80% of the median household income for the state, which is $49,306. Using those protocols, it was determined that there are 16 disadvantaged legacy communities in the county, and those included Apple Colony, Big Oak Flat, Browns Flat, Chinese Camp, Columbia, Groveland, Jamestown, Long Barn, Peter Pan, Shaw's Flat, Soulsbyville, Strawberry, Stent, Sunshine Camp, Tuolumne, and Twain Harte. So we added one policy and one program in the land use element, and then Appendix 1.A is entirely new and is included at the end of the land use element. Those amendments were considered by the Board of Supervisors Plan Committee at its December 19th meeting, and they recommended approval of those proposed amendments. So today it's recommended that your board direct staff to schedule the amendments of the land use element for consideration by the Tuolumne County Planning Commission. And I'm available for any questions.
Thanks, Adam. Any board questions? Public comment? Bring it back for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that that the board direct finance staff to schedule the amendments to the land use element for consideration by Tuolumne County Planning Commission.
Second. All right, got a motion and a second. Rutherford, any discussion regarding the motion? Call for the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Could the clerk please read item 13?
Consideration of reviewing comments from the Department of Conservation regarding proposed amendments to the county's Williamson Act regulations.
Mr. Chairman, I have to disqualify myself from this. I have Williamson Act property.
And
Thanks, Sean.
Mr. Chairman, I too have to recuse myself.
Okay.
I have Williamson Act property.
All right.
Good thing we don't have three people with
I better not
Williamson.
buy any ag land. All right, staff report.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. One of your board's goals for the last few years is to update the agricultural resources element of the general plan, the agricultural zoning districts in the zoning ordinance, and also our Williamson Act regulations to facilitate and to encourage agritourism in Tuolumne County. For approximately 2 years, the Agricultural Advisory Committee and the Board of Supervisors Planning Committee worked with staff to propose updates to those various documents. On February 5th of 2013, your board considered the efforts of those committees, and you directed staff to refer the changes to our AP combining district, the zoning ordinance, and also our Williamson Act regulations would be amendments to Resolution 10604 to the Department of Conservation for review and comment. The Department of Conservation is the state agency responsible for oversight and enforcement of the Williamson Act. You have received a memorandum from County Counsel's office that identifies the authority that the Department of Conservation has regarding the Williamson Act. And even though the state is no longer providing subvention funding for the Williamson Act program, as long as Tuolumne County continues to participate in the program and offer tax incentives for the preservation and utilization of our agricultural lands, we are required to comply with the Williamson Act regulations. And so we did refer those documents to the Department of Conservation, and on October 31st, we did receive a letter of response with comments from the department. And that letter highlights the fact that under the Williamson Act, all land uses on land subject to the contract must be related to or beneficial to the agricultural or open space character of the contracted land. The Department of Conservation recommended in its letter that in order to bring our proposed regulations into compliance with the Williamson Act, that many of the uses that were proposed to be compatible or what we would call permitted should actually be conditional, so that there would be a process for each of those projects to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis, so that your board would make a determination and the required findings that the use is indeed beneficial or related to the agricultural use of the contracted land. The Department of Conservation also recommended that several of the uses that we had proposed to as conditional actually be eliminated, determining that they are not of an agricultural nature and that they should not be part of our Williamson Act regulations. On December 13th, your Agricultural Commissioner, Deputy CRA Director Mike Laird, and I went to Sacramento and met with representatives from the Department of Conservation, including one of their attorneys. Based upon that meeting, we do have a better understanding of the comments that they made and the direction that they would like the county to go. On September 17th of 2013, your board did direct us to start working on the comprehensive update of the general plan. The Board of Supervisors Planning Committee is involved in that process right now, and any changes that you direct be made to our agricultural resources element will become part of that process of the comprehensive update. So what we are asking your board to consider today is to direct staff to work with the Agricultural Advisory Committee, first of all, to propose revisions to the documents that were prepared last year, and then we can bring them back directly to your board or to the planning committee, whichever you prefer. I think in this case, you might want us to come directly back to you for you to review those changes, and we also will be consulting with the Department of Conservation in order to move this process forward.
Thank you. Questions?
It seems to me that several of the things that they're specifically wanting to delete were very specifically added by the people that worked on this. Is there, for some very specific reasons. My question is what if we don't incorporate their comments? I mean, let's assume we incorporate 80% of them, but not 20%, for instance. Are we out of compliance then with the Williamson Act?
You could be found to be out of compliance, and what could happen and what has happened in other jurisdictions is that the Department of Conservation has enforcement authority, and they have taken such authority against development that has occurred in other jurisdictions, finding that it's outside the scope of the Williamson Act. And that the effect is that by saying it's allowed in our regulations, but it's not allowed under state law, Department of Conservation's action would be against the property owner. So we are not helping our property owners in that regard. And I should clarify, too, we're only talking about the Williamson Act. If lands are zoned and designated agricultural and not subject to Williamson Act contract, we can have the different rules for them. But if they are under contract, in which they get a tax break, they must comply with the Williamson Act.
I got one, and then I'll go to you. State doesn't fund this anymore, right?
That's right.
So why does the state have a say if they're not paying for it?
Because it's still a state law. And you are giving property owners in Tuolumne County that tax break. And so the state is also not receiving all the tax money they would if this was not under contract.
They lose revenue also.
That's right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you led into what I was going to say. They aren't doing that. At the recent RCRC board meeting, several counties brought up the comment that they are not allowing any new Williamson Act contracts. They are honoring existing but no new contracts, and including modifications of contracts. They're not doing that. Specifically, Colusa and Nevada counties are doing that. I believe there's some others. I didn't get the whole list. And it's specifically because the state is directing activities and not paying the subvention money. Now, it isn't a lot of money to us, but in our county, it's, in comparison, some of them, it's millions of dollars for them. These counties are also asking for our support in complaining to the state. I think we need to add to our legislators' agenda that they need to support. I think it's already there. They need to support the Williamson Act and stop playing these games. They're doing the same thing with AB 109, and it's showing already in the plan how they're planning to scale down the funding for the AB 109 results, because the state's taking the money. I think we need to argue with them about what they're doing with us. They're not getting the money, but they're not paying the money either. So I'm not sure the state's losing in this deal, and they need to how shall I say, back off, because it's our policies that make a difference in our county. On the other hand, I don't think we have any choice at this point.
Well,
to look at what we can do and what we can't do.
Well, I just direct my colleagues' attention to one of the ones that's recommended to go from permitted to a conditional use, and that's home occupations and cottage food operations. What's the fee to get a special use, going fee to get a special use permit these days?
It's a tiered system, but approximately $2,000.
So someone that's going to start a little cottage food industry is going to have to pay $2,000 to be in that. I can tell you from personal experience, that's probably about at least 6 months' profit on an operation like that. That is absurd.
Now, the fees, of course, your board controls, and we could establish a fee or a no-fee permit if you wish for those types of things. So,
well,
the
it's just these kinds of things that, you know, somebody sitting up in Sacramento on their throne doesn't even consider. And it just really irritates the heck out of me. I went through this list, and most of the things that are in here, I remember discussing, and most of the things that are in here, there's absolutely no reason that they should be conditional uses. None, zero, zip, nada. I don't get it. And I know I'm putting you on the spot, Bev. I didn't mean to do that.
No, that's okay. And as they noted, that what the state is saying, and for those uses, they may be appropriate and they may be related to the ag use and conducive, but they want it on a case-by-case basis. So that one is all about process, that comment.
But it's cost to
Cost and time,
to the
yes.
person and time, okay?
And the lack of certainty.
And some of these
And to the county.
and to the county. And for some of these, it just doesn't make sense. You pick operations. Who cares if I open up my vineyard and say, hey, come on down, pick some grapes, take them home with you? I got to come get a $2,000 special use permit to do that. I'm not on the Williamson Act, so I know that's a bad example. But Ron Gianelli is. He could be in the same situation.
Well, that is one of the advantages of having met with the state, that we do feel that there is some opportunities to not follow this letter exactly as written, that there is some wiggle room for us to work with them so that some of the things you're bringing up may be able to continue to be or be compatible uses without going through the use permit.
Okay. I'm really interested in pushing back as much as we can on this, because we didn't do this willy-nilly, okay? There was a lot of very studied thought that went into what we were going to permit, and there was a lot more that some of us would have liked to have permitted, and it didn't get in. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and go with sending it to the planning committee, but I really want I want us to work very closely with the state and get as much, retain as much of our current Williamson Act ordinance as we can, as it's drafted.
Okay. And I got one
Well,
point. I would
again-
agree, send it to the planning committee and just vet it a little more and give them another
I
chance.
understand, but I would like, Bev, you don't have to do it today, but I would like you to define the answer to Supervisor Roder's question is, supposing we come to impasse with the state, so what's the net result?
Well, I can tell you now, we have the authority to adopt our local regulations. But if you adopt some regulations that the Department of Conservation feels are not consistent with the Williamson Act, and then a property owner relies on them to develop a business or something on their property, the Department of Conservation can go in and take enforcement action, and they have in other jurisdictions.
And what would that enforcement action be?
If it's a material breach, I think you saw in Ms. Risdall's memorandum, I think it's a 12 and it's a significant fine, 25% monetary penalty of the fair market value of the land, and so penalties can get quite high, and also would then curtail the activity that they were doing on the property.
Okay.
So again, what you're doing is trying to protect your property owners.
I understand. We're trying to protect the property owner and let him do what he wants to do. He has certain property rights, too. And I think we, like Supervisor Robertson, put a lot of thought into it. I agree. We've got to go with the recommendation for now, but I think we need to push back on the state and their attitude. They don't know what goes on in Tuolumne County, and very frankly, I don't know if they really care.
Thank you. Public comment? Bring it back for motion.
I move to refer this to the Planning Commission. Is that the right commission or committee?
We're recommending the Agricultural Committee first.
Okay, the Ag Committee.
Yes.
And then I want it to go through the Planning Committee,
Okay.
and then it can come back to us. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Okay. Call for the question. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 3-0-2. Or 0-0-2, whatever. All right. Could the clerk please read item 14? Try to get this through quickly, and then we'll go to our appointment.
Number 14 is consideration of authorizing the
And-
fire department to apply
Yeah, bring
for
our
the
board
Office
back.
of Traffic Safety Grant. Get 'em.
I'll cover it.
It will soon say.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. Okay, I'll do the best impression I can of Chief Evans. I mentioned this under reports at the last meeting. I don't look like Roy Evans, do I? No, I don't. He's better looking. But he wants to apply for an Office of Traffic Safety grant. I mentioned he was preparing it. The deadline was there, and this is after the fact. He provided this memo. They're going after taking a regional approach in order to replace extrication equipment in the form of jaws of life and ropes. Every district in the county was encouraged to submit their own proposals. All but a handful of departments have chosen to do so. For the county of Tuolumne, we're looking at $321,000 and some change of jaws of life, replacing units, and I think it's 8 of your different stations. And then just under $40,000 for rope rescue equipment, again, in a number of your stations. This is, so a total of $361,000 rounding. This grant is 100% reimbursable. So it's a good deal for the fire department, and if Chief Evans is listening, or I'll make sure and tell him again, I think this is really good work on his part to seek out these grants. That's a lot of money, and if we get that 100% reimbursed, more power to him, and hopefully the other districts will be successful as well. So albeit a little after the fact, seeking your board's authorization to go ahead and submit that grant.
Questions? Public comment? Can I have a motion?
I'll move on the recommendation.
I'll second.
Any comments? Call for the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
And then Randy.
Okay. At this time, we are going to take our 11 o'clock appointment, even though we're a little late. Thank you to all of our staff people who have been patient. Could clerk please read our 11 o'clock?
County of Tuolumne Budget Workshop to include presentation on the county's budget process, presentation on the county's budget policy, presentation on the byline fiscal year 2014-15 through 2018-19 multi-year budget forecast, and consideration of approving direction on preparation of the modified fiscal year 14-15 through 18-19 multi-year budget forecast.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this is a workshop that your board had requested take place before we get into the midst of our 2014-15 budget cycle. We're going to start off with some educational materials, and of course you're free to comment and suggest changes on any of these early materials. And then we will be getting into the actual multi-year budget forecast itself towards the end, and then something that's new in our budget process this year is having your board consider giving us directions on how to modify the assumptions that are part of the multi-year to test out strategies that you might want us to consider in preparing next year's proposed budget. So the first two things that we would get into are more background informational. One is to talk about our budget process in general, and then talk about our budget policies, and that's all preparatory to the multi-year. I'm just going to go ahead and start. I may just move. Okay. This is a summary version of our budget process. It looks nice and tidy when you see it presented this way. Looks real simple. Why does it take so long to put a budget together? But it starts with a capital improvement program that should be done between September and November. Why do you do it ahead of it? Because that helps identify things that should go into your budget. This year we had a little something called the rim fire that stopped us from completing that this year, but we still have the last one that the board approved. It's only a couple years old. Then you have a 5-year plan that the board has been approving. That sets forth what the board's looking to see in the future. That informs the budgeting process, and that's historically been done in the November-December timeframe. Again, it identifies things that should go into a budget. Then we have our multi-year budget forecast, which we've been doing. This is our 5th year of looking at the budget in that fashion. That's typically prepared between November and February, and that's really a pre-budget with an eye on the long term. It gives us a chance to test out what do our revenues and expenses look like, not just in the coming year before we start working on a proposed budget, but long term, if we do these things, what are the long-term implications of those? Mid-year budget review, done typically January to February. That monitors the performance of the current year budget, make sure we're just on track with the plan that was adopted for the current year. It also helps us project out fund balances and informs the next year's revenues as well. Then we also are working on the recommended budget, and you'll notice some of these dates overlap. We actually start in January and don't end until June. So there's a lot of overlap here, but this represents the core budget for the coming year. There was a time it really was just kind of a test float of a budget years and years ago, and the most significant changes were made in a final budget that follows. But given the financial season that we're in, the most significant actions that the board takes budgetarily, which can affect personnel and programs and all those things, really occur when you adopt that recommended budget in June. So that's the recommended budget. April, May, we do a 3rd quarter budget review, again monitoring the performance of the current budget. We're honing our estimates on revenues and expenses and how we're going to end the year. And again, informs any final tweaks that we may apply to our revenues in particular in the recommended budget that is coming to your board. And then we have the adopted budget that usually put together between June and October, and incorporates important final adjustments. And those important final adjustments are, how did we actually end the year with our revenues? Does that suggest we make changes in our revenue estimates? Has some new expense come up? What has the state done to us is one of the big things you always look at when they adopt a budget. Is there something that can help us? Is there something that's going to hurt us? Is there anything with what's going on in Washington, D.C.? That's less likely, but there have been years where actions in Washington inform what we do in the final budget. And of course, our final fund balances that are put together by the Auditor Controller's Office are an important part of that. And that's why it actually talks about June, because that process of the closeout of the fiscal year starts with instructions from the Auditor Controller there. This is just going to hurt your eyes. You have the copy that you can actually read at the dais, but just to show the whole, this is the nice tidy looking budget process, but why don't you put the detail of it. This breaks out each of those items that we just went through into the major components, each step of that process. In the yellow, you'll see in areas like here and throughout this chart, those are times when the Board of Supervisors is directly engaged in giving direction, voting on matters related to every one of these processes. I know the board's had interest, so how often you get together with the revenue team of the county, which are the folks that deal with our property tax and TOT and sales tax and those kinds of things. So the auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector, assessor, recorder, and our office. In green, you can see when the revenue team meets several times throughout the year, and I can guarantee you in the last 2 cycles, we've met more frequently than really what's depicted on this chart. Because it's really a moving target, it's dynamic, and we've had to meet and talk more frequently. And then board members have asked, how often is the auditor controller with just the auditor controller hat on involved? And everywhere where you see blue is where the auditor controller is involved, just as the auditor controller. But Deb's involved also as a member of the revenue team. And anywhere we're on this chart, it talks about the department heads. She's also involved there. So Debbie is clearly a big part of this process, and glad to say, been a partner with me for many, many years. We make a good team putting this thing together. The most significant change that we made at your direction is when we get to the multi-year. This will be at the end of the workshop today. Is in past years we would come to you with a forecast of how we're going to how we saw the budget unfolding over the next 5 years. We would then put together, sometimes concurrently, strategies for the coming year. But your board said, well, how can we get engaged earlier if we want to test some changes to assumptions, make changes in some of the personnel and so forth. So you can't really see it well on this chart, but in the multi-year forecast, we've inserted part of the last component of today's discussion, where you can give us direction on how you might want to change the assumptions that we use in the multi-year and come back to you and say, and here's the result of those changes in those assumptions. And the idea there is that would then inform final direction from the board as to the strategies that we use in developing the next fiscal year's budget. So this is, I can tell you, this is a whole lot more complicated, and there's a whole lot more to it than when I first started here. It's necessarily so, though, I'll say, because things have only gotten more complicated like everything else. Nothing's gotten simpler, just gets more complicated. And we've had to really pay attention to everything that's on this chart in order to provide you good counsel and information with respect to your fiscal program in the county. So that, in short, is your budget process. Why don't you go back to the simpler one so people's eyes aren't hurt and they can actually see something. And just stop at this point. Do you have any questions about the overall process?
Keep going.
All right, then we'll move on to your budget policies. That, again, have served the county well. They have been amended from time to time. The set that's in your board packet and up on the screen right now were updated in December of last year. The year before, December 12. And I'll just walk through these. The first one is to balance our annual operating budgets with the use of one-time revenues, an important principle that we have adhered to fairly rigorously, particularly with respect to the general fund, because that's kind of like your main fund, the lifeblood of the rest of your budget. The second one, we talk about dedicate unencumbered beginning fund balances to pay off county debts. And I'll just pause and say you did that, paid off a couple county debts just a little while ago using fund balance. To increase cash flow reserves, fund future liabilities, and then fund capital plant and infrastructure needs, such as some of the road improvements that you've funded in the past, the specific improvements needed down at the county jail, and others, just by way of example. Item 3, non-earmarked general fund contingency should be budgeted at 1% of the total operating budget for governmental funds, and that's usually around $1 million. Number 4, establish general reserves at 5% of governmental fund budgets, and we're about half of that right now. That was one of the amendments. We said let's make an actual target, 5%, and move towards that in the future. Strive towards fully funding your future liabilities, and why don't you scroll up on those. And Tracy's going to give a quick update on how we're doing in funding our liabilities. here, but this talks about your workers' comp, liability, unemployment insurance, post-retirement medical, leave liability funds, and then lastly, very importantly though, is your PERS, our unfunded liability with PERS. So we have specific policies to move us towards fully funding those things if they aren't already. And again, Tracy will come back on that in a moment. We prioritize funding for public safety and road maintenance services. That was something added, I think about 5 years ago or so, the board making a statement that you're going to give deference to public safety and roads. In the good years, they may not get everything, but they're going to be treated better than others. In the bad years, does that mean they're not going to get cut? It hasn't yet, but it usually means they get cut less than any other agency, and that's certainly been our history. 7 is strive to provide funding to adequately maintain our existing plant and infrastructure. And we have, I'll just say right now, been admittedly a little weak on that because we've been deferring to keeping boots on the ground through this fiscal period. But that's a growing issue, particularly with our roads. 8, maintain comprehensive quarterly budget monitoring and reporting program, which we have diligently done. Continue an active long-term capital improvement program, and we have updated it. We did not get it done this year. We'll come back next year and update that. And then lastly, match specific state and federal funding reductions with commensurate cuts in specific program expenses. If we're told to go do something, we're given money to do it, then we'll usually do it. It's offsetting. But if they take the money back and we have a choice of the matter, the boards have been pretty diligent about saying we're not going to do that program anymore. No money, no program. Let's go ahead and go on up to the, this is something just got added, and I'm just going to use the pictorial, what was in your packet. This is our priority-based budgeting system, and it was more of a philosophy that your board approved last year around March. And basically what it's saying, well, let me just back up, that you're in a very unique position, and boards don't usually find themselves in this kind of a position where after a down cycle like we're facing right now, you get to a point after years and years of hand-to-hand combat with your budgets where this bottom box, existing staff and services, whatever that is at the time we declare it so, you've reached an equilibrium where you basically get to a point where your ongoing revenues and expenses match up, and the board is satisfied saying this is as good as we can get right now. We're not happy, but at least can live with the service levels that are in most departments. And then you basically suppress funding or restrict growth in most of the areas of your budget to invest growth in your discretionary revenues where you want. And some of the things that your board said were the priorities in a general ascending order were continue to fund your liabilities, to look forward to a day when we can get back to providing responsible compensation adjustments to your existing workforce, to continue to fund your public safety and roads priorities, where you can look at strategic position restorations and additions. There's things that we've done to get by, but this is saying these are really high priority kinds of things, strategic, that will help the organization both now and in the long term, and then ultimately get back to a day where you can just get back to enhancing your core capacity and positions and facilities just to provide better service in the long run. And while these are presented in a linear manner, like you do 1, then you do 2, and you do 3, that's not what was envisioned. It's more an expression of a philosophy of priority, but you would never be able to do these really, and practically you shouldn't, wait until you fund every liability that you have before you move up to compensation adjustments, before you go to roads. That's something, it's a statement of philosophy and priority, but your board has freedom to move within those boxes in whatever way that you see fit. So that was more of an expression of philosophy and priority, but I think we're almost there. If not there, we are almost there to where this box down here would represent the new normal of the organization, and your board can say, then we're going to, I don't want to say words like freeze, but in essence, that's kind of what you're saying. You're going to freeze a lot of what goes on in the rest of the organization in order to put priority, in these other areas that you determine, are your most important things that you want to pursue, that you feel that your constituents want and that you collectively want. So those generally are your budget policies, and both in terms of the 10 core and this new priority-based budgeting system. And again, this informs where we go, into the future. Any questions on that? Okay, then what we'll do is I'm going to have Tracy just go through and do a quick update on the liabilities report. We're not going to go through every slide. We'll just get right to each section, and you can see what progress we're making there.
Good morning. Okay, this is the, in March 2012, we came before your board and provided this presentation, and this is an update to that presentation. A lot of the slides that you will see, you've seen before. And also want to thank Debbie, who has been one of my biggest mentors here. She sat with me and went through these. I don't know the last time you read through one of these actuarials, but they're not easy, and she could get right to the page, and we could get to what we needed to do. So thank you, Deb, for your help. So very quickly, I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. I know, not only we're pressed for time, but you've seen a lot of these, and then we can answer questions. So purpose is to educate on the status of our long-term liabilities, management options, as well as for making decisions later as we move through the process. Again, this is our background. We will go through workers' compensation, leave liability, debt, post-retirement medical, the PERS rates, and unfunded liabilities. And then we did add something new, which is a deferred maintenance, and you'll see that it's very brief and to the point. So again, this is just some background. Talk about the recessions that we went through, record deficits, and more on the state recession that we all have experienced. And a chart that kind of really stands out for that. So this is updated. We kind of give you something to compare in 2006-07, what the overall budget at $188 million, with now at this current year in 13-14, we're looking at about $145 million. Some of the changes that the board has enacted over the last years to make it through this time. And permanent positions, you will see in 2005-06, we kind of hit a peak of 962 employees, and at this year we're now at 588. And of course, the closure of Tuolumne General had a significant impact on that. We're going to workers' compensation. Workers' compensation, this in 2012, when we reported to your board, we were actually at the 75%, which is where we've been trying to meet that target. That number at that point was almost $3.1 million. And so as you can see, we've made some headway on that. We're at 2.7, so it's almost $400,000 better. Go ahead.
Pardon me, Tracy. Do you just happen to have off the top of your head the number of the positions that were associated with Tuolumne General, either you or Craig?
It was somewhere between 250 and 275.
Thank you.
This will also be reflected, as you see, in the multi-year when Craig discusses that, is the ongoing, very purposeful, driven to see this come and meet that 75% confidence level. Oh, 70%, I'm sorry. Management options, so these are all the different options that the board and staff have considered. One of those is reestablishing the risk analyst who would specifically be focused on workers' compensation. And leave liability. Leave liability, when we came before you in 2012, it has decreased slightly, not something that's real measurable. However, we are hoping to see this decrease more this year as we no longer have the furloughs, and staff have been allowed to cash out some of those hours. So we're hoping that when we come back to you next year, that number will be significantly reduced. Again, more management options. And again, use of one-time dollars to reduce liabilities. Okay, we're going into debt. Our county has relatively little debt, and that's great. Those are, and you guys have heard about these, but law and justice, property, solid waste operations, and the Jamestown landfill. And again, same for the external. Those are two debts that we have that are external. Annual payments. So these affect, obviously.
Can you go back for just one
Yeah.
second? Solid waste operations, what is that?
There was a time when they were actually operating at a deficit.
And they were funding it through the traffic mitigation fund?
No, when we said we need to stop and cover that cash deficit, that was the place that we went, and that's being paid back. And you can see it on the chart, the payments going into it and when
that's
that
part of
would
the gate fee that's covering that? Is that
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Just also, without going in depth, where are we on the Jamestown mine thing?
It's on the chart.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so these are payments by issue. So this is the amount coming out of, to pay for each of these different debts that we have. And what's great is as we move forward, starting as soon as 2017, you start to see some of these debts fall off. 2018, 19, and by 20, we have just the two for law and justice and the Jamestown mines. So we do see some light at the end of the tunnel here.
Let me just comment. This is a very big deal when it comes to the solid waste fund, because you can see that a number of those at the bottom, there's 4 of them that are all solid waste. And as we get done paying these things back, that's going to provide some capacity, within that fund. And there has been, this discussion before by the board that when we got to that point, there could be a decrease in fees, for people who are paying fees for disposal. It makes sense.
Okay, so we'll move on to the actual debt principal balances. So these are at the end of the fiscal year, what's anticipated. You will see the Gibbs hangar and the armory that they're, as of 2013, those were paid off. And that was your board action that allocated some part of fund balance to pay off existing debt. And then as we move forward again, you will see some of these begin to fall off, which is very exciting, especially for these funds that, as Craig said, will give them more discretion within their operating budget.
Just 2 quick comments. I don't have the date sitting here, but on since you asked, the Jamestown mine, it was like a 30-year, called a litigation obligation bond that we, I think, got in 5, 6 years ago. So we still have a good, 25 years from this point forward. We can look at refinancing that, but we have to wait until there's a certain period in the financing before they'll allow you to look at refunding that, and we will. But that's soon going to be the only thing left that we have. That was originally about $6.2 million, and you can see at the end of this fiscal year, it'd be about 5.3. The only other one I'll mention, because it's come up, a lot of confusion was put out early on about the property acquisition for law and justice. That was about $4.2 million, and it's sitting at the end of this year at about $2.2 million, and will be totally paid off by 2019, right on schedule.
Okay, again, at the end of each of these, we do give management options, and you'll see the recurring theme of using one-time dollars to help fund some of these liabilities. Okay, so on the actuarials, the one that we have not received an update on was our post-retirement medical. So we've updated some numbers, and again, working with Debbie, we've pulled some of the out right of the finance system for annual cost. HR has helped us with the actual participants, but we haven't received a new actuarial yet. So in this, the board made some changes at the end of June 30th, 2009. There would be no new employees would be granted into this post-retirement medical benefit. So it's been capped. It can't continue to have new active participants entered into this. Right now, there are 83 active employee and retirees currently enrolled in the post-retirement or going to be enrolled in the future. And then we have 100 for our PEMCA. The PEMCA is in, and I'm not sure if I can explain this correctly, but it is a non-vested benefit, as it tells you on here, but it is 152 retirees currently participating, and it is essentially when, not necessarily, have you explain this so that...
Just by virtue of us participating in PERS health insurance, this program is made available. There's a monthly fee that we have to pay for folks that choose to participate. We have no choice in the matter, and one of the things that's most offensive about this program is there's no cap, to that monthly amount for retirees. We really don't have a choice whether or not, if it's just by virtue of being part of PERS Health that we have to make this available, and there's no real control over the cost. It's just going to continue to go up. As I think it says a little later, though, if we ever did leave PERS Health, this obligation goes away.
So as Craig said, this can grow, and it has. When we came before you in March 2012, there were 137 who were currently participating. Now there's 152. So this gives you a little bit more detailed information about the cost and liability. The annual cost, $385,000. Future liability at the last actuarial was $18.4 million. And again, the board has capped participation, so the number of people eligible to participate will not increase, but there are still those who are actively participating now and then those who will retire, and those are in your executive confidential unit. In your PEMCA, the cost is $119 per month. Annual cost is running about $98,000, and with approximately $9 million in future liability. And again, some management options, and one of those was the one that Craig had stated was the board could make a decision that if we change from PERS Health, this would go away, but there is a caveat that we're not allowed back into the PERS Health system for 5 years if that decision were made.
And as we were doing this presentation, I need to go back and look at our ledge platform, because these legislative suggestions that are here, I don't believe are in our platform. And if they're not, I'll bring that back and have that added. And I know that there would be more than just Tuolumne County interested in this. There would be a lot of jurisdiction, probably most PERS jurisdictions would be interested in this.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're going to actually go into the PERS rates and liabilities. This chart's a little disconcerting. So as you can see, it doesn't matter which tier it is, but these PERS rates continue to increase for each year. And the rates that are on the screen right now are based on the current actuarials that we received. So this is what they're projecting out for us clear through 2020. This is your active employees and current retirees. You'll see in safety as of 2012, there were 208. And for your general miscellaneous, 1,401. The colors remain constant as we go through, so blue is always safety, just so you know, and red is always going to be your miscellaneous group. Here's unfunded pension liability for our PERS. So the safety at $38 million and general at the $28.7 million. And just to point you back to, remember there's 208 in our safety, 1,400 in our miscellaneous, so you'll see at the $38 million, that's 200 individuals, and the 1,400 for the $28.7 million.
Would it be possible to take some of these charts you have here and do some projections, 5-year, maybe 10-year, based on the policy changes that we've implemented? And
we can look at that. We've certainly got the PERS rates, and that was on with a prior slide showing them to continue to go up. Let me mention one thing about the PERS rates. There's a new chief actuary in town.
Yeah.
And he's taken a very strict view of things, the way it should have been. Let's get real, what it's going to take to fund these liabilities. And so those projections that you saw on that other chart, include that influence. I think these numbers, the growth in that unfunded liability, is also, the same person taking a more conservative view of our potential liabilities. That'll be trickier, but we can go back and talk to PERS and see if they can project out what that liability would be. In theory, those rates going up should be starting to knock this thing down. At least that's the direction they said they're going, which makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the direction PERS had been going before. It was kind of like this endless, you'd never pay it off, the way they were doing it previously. So we can make inquiries.
Okay, I'd appreciate that.
And we did use the projected rates from PERS for the multi-year budget, so you'll see some of those have been built in for personnel costs as we go forward. So this is a breakdown of unfunded safety pension liability. There's a couple things on this slide. It's interesting, when Deb and I were working on this, we both noticed immediately that in 2010, the safety pool was at $7.9 million. When we looked at where it ended in 2012, it was at $30 million. So that green line there has more than tripled in the last 2 years. And then there's the safety side fund. And this is a fixed payment over a set period of time. It will be paid off. And this safety fund was, the safety pool side fund was originally set up, and I can't remember there, 2008, where you see the big blip on the blue. So this is when we took...
The big change in the blue in fiscal 2008, that's when we had what's called Safety Light took effect, and that's where folks like our jail deputies and probation officers became eligible for a PERS retirement. And so all of a sudden we took on a new liability, and some of that was captured, and it's the way even Deb's described it, it's almost like a mortgage payment on your home. It's kind of captured at that point in time. That'll be paid off in its own side fund just for our employees, but the green is the amount of our liability that's covered by a pool of not just us, but other cities and counties and so forth.
Okay, so some, again, management options. Your board had already bargained a second-tier PERS retirement, so that was put into place. And in passage of AB 340 and AB 197, which is what we refer to now as PEPRA, creating a third tier January of 2013. And it was this legislation that helped to enact, to provide counties with a new authority to negotiate cost-sharing agreements with current employees. And your board has also already bargained share of employer costs with most groups. We just need to complete bargaining with the one remaining group. And of course, using our one-time dollars to try and pay off these liabilities as we go forward.
Just a comment on that last bullet is we are paying our PERS rates. We really have no choice but to do that. But that liability that you saw on that chart, everything pointing down, there's a point where we really do need to come up with a plan and a strategy of a certain amount of money that we're going to put forth each year to start paying that down, because we have an obligation to do it. We just have to. We've talked with Deb, and we have an approach of how to do it. But we need to pick a point in time when the board says we're ready to dedicate a certain amount of money to start paying that down. And we haven't gotten there yet, but we have to start at some point.
Okay, and this is where we have the new addition for information. We pulled information off of the pavement management plan, which was provided to your board by the Community Resources Agency. So we have 608 miles of paved and unpaved roads. The current pavement condition index for our county was 46, which essentially equated to 2/3 of our roads that are in poor or very poor condition. We have an unfunded backlog of $57 million. So they provided some alternatives in which we can meet this unfunded backlog. The current funding of $1.84 million per year is inadequate. If we sustain that, our pavement condition index would move from 46 to 21, and this is based on a 20-year period. So if we continued funding at the current year level for 20 years, we would go from 46 to 21 in our roads condition. In order to maintain the current PCI of 46, so we're not improving but maintaining what we have, I said we would need to do $6.89 million per year, and to eliminate the unfunded backlog of that $57 million over a 20-year period would require $10.4 million per year to meet that backlog. And then for grounds and maintenance, we know that we have deferred some of this with the recession that we've gone through. We know it's underfunded. The last survey was completed in 2004, and staff is recommending that we go through and do another assessment to something very similar to what we did with the pavement management plan.
So the high level of this is we have made significant progress in a number of areas. The biggest point of this, I guess, would be to show the PERS liability continuing to grow. And again, we need to step up at a point and start addressing that. And then the addition of the deferred maintenance, that's there at your request. And again, just shows pretty clearly how far behind we are on our roads, which we all know. But we need a new dedicated revenue source in order to really start chipping away at that. So so progress has been made. We've expanded the report at the board's request, and we'll try to get more data, as Supervisor Royce has suggested, on the PERS liability.
Just to comment on the roads, we know other jurisdictions have, I think Madera County and Stanislaus County is looking at now doing some sort of a road fund assessment to improve the quality of roads. I'm throwing it out there, I'm not advocating for it, but in our back of our minds, we're never going to fill the gap unless we have more funding. So it's something that we're going to have to be thinking about in the future.
Yeah, and this, I know you guys know, but on your legislative platform, it's been in there for some time. We've been talking about this for a long time. This is a bigger issue than just Tuolumne County. This could be any of our neighbors around us. And actually, that's what the statewide reports are showing. And we know that we have the state legislature's attention, on this. They were talking about a vehicle license fee adjustment. Federal government's looking at a gas tax, which I think is really ill-conceived because of stuff we've talked about, more energy-efficient vehicles, hybrids, alternate energy vehicles. We need to go to a different platform to address funding, for road maintenance, something other than gas tax. It's not keeping pace with the need. It hasn't, for years. It's just getting worse. But that's in your ledge platform, and we know that CSAC's looking at it at the state level, and NACO's looking at it at the federal level. So we're done. It's probably unless there's more questions on this, we can pick up after your 1:30 appointment on the multi-year itself.
Is there any immediate questions, board? Sorry. Nothing? Okay. Well, with that, we will recess for lunch. We'll be back for our 1:30 appointment. Okay. Afternoon. I'm going to call the Board of Supervisors meeting back to order. Could the rest of the board show up?
We're here.
All right. Could the clerk please read our 1:30 appointment?
Public hearing to consider adopting an ordinance amending the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code by adding a new chapter 1767 to prohibit medical marijuana dispensaries, medical marijuana collectives, and outdoor cultivation of medical marijuana, and to regulate indoor cultivation of medical marijuana, and amending section 1772-060 and 1772-100 to clarify enforcement responsibilities.
Thank you. Staff report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. In 1996, the voters of the state of California approved Proposition 215, the Compassionate Use Act of 1996. The intent of this act was to ensure that seriously ill Californians have the right to obtain and use marijuana for medical purposes, where that medical use is deemed appropriate by a physician, and to ensure that patients and their primary caregivers who obtain and use marijuana for medical purposes upon the recommendation of a physician are not subject to criminal prosecution or sanction. On January 1st, 2004, Senate Bill 420, the Medical Marijuana Program Act, went into effect to clarify the scope of the Compassionate Use Act of 1996, to facilitate the use of medical marijuana, and to allow local governing bodies to adopt and enforce rules and regulations consistent with that act. Many counties in California have established rules and regulations consistent with SB 420. These regulations are most often contained within the jurisdiction's zoning ordinances. Tuolumne County's zoning ordinance provides in section 1706.060 that if a use is not expressly allowed by the zoning ordinance, either as a permitted or a conditional use, or is not similar to a use that is allowed as permitted or conditionally allowed, then it is not allowed. At this time, medical marijuana dispensaries and collectives are not allowed pursuant to the county's zoning ordinance. Your board has recognized the benefits of allowing the use of medical marijuana by qualified patients, and you directed the staff to prepare an ordinance that would provide for such use, but would also address the potential nuisances associated with the cultivation and distribution of medical marijuana. The proposed ordinance addresses these concerns by adding a new chapter 1767 to the county ordinance code that would expressly prohibit medical marijuana dispensaries, medical marijuana collectives, and outdoor cultivation of medical marijuana. As I said, those uses are not currently allowed, but the ordinance would expressly provide that for clarification purposes. The proposed ordinance does allow for indoor cultivation under specific regulations contained in the draft ordinance. This ordinance would also modify two sections of the zoning ordinance to provide that enforcement of the new Chapter 1767 regarding medical marijuana would be under the jurisdiction of the sheriff rather than the Community Resources Agency. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission considered the proposed ordinance at a hearing on January 15th of this year. During that hearing, no one spoke in favor of the proposed ordinance. The commission heard from 20 speakers in opposition to the ordinance. After considering the testimony that was presented at the hearing and the information that had been provided to the commission, and also extensive research that many of the commissioners had done themselves, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission recommended to your board that you refer the ordinance to a committee or task force to be comprised of law enforcement, county staff, and members of the community who are medical marijuana patients to address the issues raised during the commission's public hearing and propose amendments to the ordinance accordingly. Essentially, the Planning Commission did not feel that the ordinance is ripe for approval at this time. During the commission's meeting, members of the public questioned the timing of adoption of an ordinance due to the fact that there has been an initiative submitted to the Attorney General for a conclusion on the November 2014 ballot that would legalize the recreational use as well as medical use of marijuana. That particular initiative that they referenced was the California Cannabis Hemp Initiative 2014. Since that Planning Commission hearing, I did a little research, which is included in your package, and the article that I included references that there's not just one initiative that's proposed at this time. There are actually 3 that have been submitted to the Attorney General. The other 2 are the the Control, Regulate, and Tax Marijuana Act, and then the Marijuana Control Legalization and Regulation Act of 2014. While not all of these 3 initiatives are likely to be on the ballot, it is very likely that one of them, at least one of them, will be. And recent polls that were taken, specifically one by the Public Policy Institute of California, shows that 60% of registered voters are likely to support some type of initiative to legalize the recreational use of marijuana. Because there will likely be at least one initiative concerning the legalization of marijuana on the November 2014 ballot that could affect the regulations proposed in the draft ordinance, your board may wish to consider postponing a decision concerning the ordinance until after the November election. You could discuss this now, and if you decide that you do want to postpone it, there would be no need to conduct your public hearing today. However, your board certainly has the option to proceed as planned with the public hearing to consider whether or not you want to take any action regarding the ordinance.
Thank you. At this time, I'll bring it back to the board and ask if there are any comments. Supervisor Hanvelt?
Yeah, it's more complicated even than you said. At RCRC recently, and as well as at the GAC meeting yesterday, was mentioned that there are also several items potentially coming out of either the Assembly or the Senate on this issue too. So I would say that the legal waters are pretty muddy in terms of whatever we do could easily be in conflict with what either the legislature does or the public does. Clearly, from reading the Planning Commission's results, this isn't ready for prime time, is the way I'd put it. And on top of that, I see the conflict both state and federal as a potential issue. I see the conflict with the staff time here in terms of able to thoroughly do it. And this is medical marijuana, and it deserves, in my opinion, a full vetting, and we've got to do the right thing. And this apparently is not it. The public doesn't feel that way. We've got an enormous number of letters, at least I have, and emails, and people calling me and talking to me, and I haven't found one like the Planning Commission didn't who was in favor of this action. So it's my view that anything we do today would be in conflict and probably obsolete before we get done with the years. So I'm opposed to doing anything today, so I do think we need to do something. Mr. Chairman, I think based on what I think is limited staff ability to support this, we're short of legal staff. We all know that. We've got an enormous amount on our plate with water, with rim fire recovery, with the general plan update, and all those things through at least the first half of this year and maybe beyond. I don't know. It's my opinion that we need to table this issue and look at it another time to incorporate it and sense what's going on elsewhere before we do anything.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other board comments?
Yes, I would agree with Supervisor Hanvelt. The problem's not going to go away. We still have the issue, and it needs to be resolved on the state level and the federal level in order for us to resolve it at the county level. And like I said, it's not going to go away. I would want to see this back somewhere after the November election, as a discussion point. I believe we do need some rules to operate under. The ones that we have in the ordinance, I think most of them are okay, but we do have some that we need to, I think, massage. Obviously, it doesn't fit everybody's needs. I do believe in the medical marijuana aspect of it. The recreational use of it is another matter. So I'm in favor of tabling this until we get to the November election and see if there is some initiative that actually is going to be moved forward.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'm of the same mind generally. My concern is that we have conflicting federal and state laws on this. Having done some personal individual research on the legal aspects of it, I'm not an expert, will never claim to be, but it could take legislative action, it could take administrative action, it could take a court ruling to delist or downlist the substance on the federal substance control regulations. Any one of those bodies could do that. And it would make the job of the people at the local level that are trying to weave their way through a very serpentine maze of competing and laws a heck of a lot easier. So I am in favor of let's wait and see how the waters settle, at least in the state. But I would hope that someone, either in the administration or in our congressional delegation, or one would take it up in the court system to delist or downlist the substance in the Federal Substance Control Act. To me, it just doesn't make sense that it's Schedule 1 controlled substance. It prevents us from doing legitimate studies It prevents us from doing real, legitimate medical professional prescription, of the substance in the right way. And anything that we do right now is just putting a Band-Aid on a gaping wound. So I'm for pushing this off until after the election at least, and hopefully the state and the feds will get their act together between now and then.
Thank you. Sherry?
And I concur. I was at the meeting, RCRC meeting with Supervisor Hanfield, and it's a very, very complicated issue. The voters or the state or federal governing bodies are going to be giving us a lot, hopefully, the direction that we're going to be following. So I am in favor of putting this off until after the November election.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm hearing consistently through all of your comments basically is that you want to table it. It's based on the Planning Commission's recommendation. It needs more work. We've got a lot of other issues to deal with this year, and staff time is limited, and the legal environment for this issue is changing, and it would be best just to deal with it once we know where the cards fall. So I guess, sure, go for it.
I'm still concerned. I agree with everything here, but I'm still concerned about the legitimate need and access for medical use by patients who need it, and how do they do that?
There obviously are dispensaries that are outside Tuolumne County where it is available. There was testimony at the Planning Commission meeting by many of the speakers that they do travel outside the county now. And in some cases, they choose to go to the Bay Area or Sacramento because of a quality issue rather than to some of the dispensaries at neighboring jurisdictions such as Calaveras. I let the district attorney or the sheriff address the issue of the cultivation right now that does go on in the county and what actions they're taking on that. But the zoning ordinance right now would not allow a dispensary or a collective in the county itself under our current rules.
So you want a motion?
Yeah, well, if the board is inclined to table this issue, then I would ask at this time, before we get into a public hearing, avoid that and just table the issue.
I move to table it.
Okay.
Actually, I think you have the power as the chairman just to defer it.
Well,
but if you want to vote, I'll move to table
I'd like
it
to
until
give the
after
board an opportunity to
after the
support
November
that.
election.
Yeah, and
I will second.
So I have a motion on the floor and a second to table the issue until after we see what happens in the November election. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay, so at this time, hold on. Protocol now is, based on this motion, tabling it, we are not going to be opening up a public hearing to consider this ordinance. What we're doing is basically choosing just to put it off until after we see what happens in November. So at this point, there's an opportunity for the public to make comments. And what I would ask of everybody here, I really appreciate everybody showing up, and this is a democratic process, so everybody gets a chance to talk, but you do have to make sure that any of your comments are related to the motion, and the motion is to table it to November. So either you support that or you don't. I'd ask, don't get into the merits of the ordinance and those types of things. Otherwise, we'll just be spinning wheels, wasting time. So at this point, I would just say public comment regarding the motion.
Hi, my name is Sarah Herron. I'm board chairman, administrator, county council, and other board members. I don't know if I'm actually addressing this, so if I'm not, just let me know. We have another grow season to go through before November. So my question is that what is going to happen to the people that are going to grow again this year outdoors and all over? Is it just going to be the same? Or is this board going to give direction to the DA, to the sheriff, and everybody to make this low level, or are we just going to play the same game that we've played for the last few years of people getting arrested and this county spending out tons of money and then being dismissed and so on and so forth?
So I would say that's a question for staff. I don't know if you want to take a crack at that, Bev?
No, that would be a question for the sheriff and the district attorney.
Sheriff or Mike? Hold on. We're going to deal with that question then.
Great question. Jim Mealy, Sheriff. Basically, we are going to continue to, what protocol is in place. If the individuals have recommendations, we are going to continue to allow them under what the Compassionate Act states to do those things, indoor or outdoor. My understanding is today was to change those things. So our stance is going to be to continue to allow those individuals that have the recommendations from their caregivers or their doctors to continue to allow that process.
Okay.
Does that? Well, again, you know, we're not here today to say how many plants. The doctor that prescribes that need and is allowing or will give us that protocol and whatever is, and that's what I was listening to the undersheriff, whatever was reasonable for that individual.
Okay.
So,
so it's still
I hope I
somewhat
didn't
subjective.
misspeak. If that's
He missed the word. The buzzwords are reasonably necessary for the medical needs, and we don't prosecute people who have marijuana reasonably necessary for their medical needs.
Okay. Thank you.
So, thanks so much, gentlemen. And I have another question with respect to that, and that is that if I'm understanding correctly, you're saying that if you have a doctor's recommendation and it has a listed number of plants on that recommendation, it has a listed number of cured dried medicine on that recommendation, then you guys will honor that?
That's not what we're saying.
That's what it sounded like you said.
We said reasonably necessary for medical needs. There are doctors that write recommendations that are beyond or don't even have parent-patient-client relationship, which is part of the
Mike,
unfortunate gray area.
hold on. Yeah, come to microphone.
I think you wanted to
And
turn this into a side debate. But,
I don't want to get into side debates, and I don't want to get into
We're not going by
debating-
number of
hold on.
plants.
I don't want to get into debating the nuances of the current laws in place. We intend to follow the laws that are in place, and as was discussed, there's potential for those laws changing, and we don't want to spend a lot of time and a lot of money and a lot of people's time trying to go around in circles and then having to change this in November. So at this point, I would say we intend to follow the law. We intend to be reasonable, and you know, if there's further questions about this, I would ask that we deal with those outside of this issue about what those parameters are. So
It's still pretty confusing.
It's very confusing.
It's a very nebulous area of law. It's very difficult, but the legal standard for the Supreme Court is reasonably necessary for medical needs.
And that's a legal debate.
That's the
and a
standard we'll operate under.
subjective, yeah, that's a subjective legal thing that we're not going to be able to define in here today. So,
Thanks so much for your time. I appreciate it.
yeah.
So in regards to tabling the ordinance, I represent CPR Tuolumne. That's Collective Patient Resources Tuolumne. My name's Eli. I'm the new director. And we would ask that you would form a citizen coalition to create an entirely new ordinance that acknowledges and is based on state law, provides safe harbor for both patients and law enforcement. We're defining safe harbor as a provision that specifies that certain conduct will not violate a given rule. We would like this new ordinance to ensure safe access for patients instead of trying to limit access for patients. We would like it to make medical marijuana more accessible. We would like it to allow dispensaries in Tuolumne County for the obvious reasons. And we would like Tuolumne County to be forward-thinking and staying ahead of a changing political landscape. As you guys all know, this whole scene is completely changing, and I would encourage you to think about that and make your decisions based on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I also would like to speak in opposition to the proposal to drop it until after the election, because I think, regulation is necessary to protect the patients who need it the most. And I think that, the county, at least the board, should give some time to, or again, appoint, volunteer citizens to give it, something that they can bring to the community as a whole, that everybody can agree with. Because if you guys, my impression was this entire ordinance was based on fear of what's going to happen, what could happen, what potentially could happen, of what's happened in Fresno and all these other places, but not what's happened here. I didn't see hard numbers. And so instead of basing something on fear, base it on the potential for like revenue for this county and funding the sheriff and funding, you guys can be creative about it. And I think that, to push it off until, later, it's not going to go away. Okay, the same issues, criminality, whatever, and I don't want criminals involved any more than anyone else does, right? So I think the best way to reduce that is to make it more available. If it's a pretense, let's put it this way, under medical marijuana, the big argument is it's a pretense. Anybody can go get a card, right? So if that's the case, it removes the criminality. Any criminal can go get a card and grow their own marijuana. Why go steal it? Why go, home invasion robberies? How many home invasion robberies have there been in Tuolumne related to marijuana? None, I don't think. Well, I read the blotter a lot. I read the blotter every day for the past 5 years, and I've never seen it. But I don't want to take the board's time. I think I'm appealing to you respectfully to not table this, to at least give it your own private thought and how an ordinance could really help this community. Thank you very much for your time, gentlemen.
Hi, my name is Ellen Komp. I'm with the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws, the California chapter. We were founded in 1972, and I've been with the organization for 20 years. I've been working a lot on these local cultivation ordinances, and I'm also aware of what's happening with the initiative process and some of what's happening in Sacramento. I don't think it's necessary to table this through November. I would consider possibly tabling it through February or April, because here's why. There are actually 4 initiatives that have been filed for the November ballot. We will know very soon, like by February, whether the one that's most likely to be funded is going to go ahead with signature gathering. In any case, the signature gathering needs to be over by April, and we'll know by then whether or not we have a viable initiative that's gathered enough signatures. Our organization was actually aiming for 2016, but there's been so much impetus with everything that's happened in Colorado and Washington that there is a lot of impetus for something in 2014. But in any case, all of these initiatives, and if I've read them all, are about recreational marijuana, and they all leave the medical marijuana system alone. So you're still going to need to regulate medical marijuana. I have not heard of this legal dodge that if something similar isn't zoned for in this county, it's not zoned for here. I haven't heard that in any other county. And state law, SB 420, allows cultivation of a floor of 6 plants and allows cities or counties to pass overages to that, not anything under it. I've been hearing rumors in Tuolumne County about people with less than 6 plants being messed with. Even if they aren't prosecuted in the end, their plants taken. And so I have heard a lot of people. I've just been in the county for a day, and I've been talking to some people who called me when this was coming up. But we need something going on that protects them for another growing season. And so I would consider not tabling this through November right now, but perhaps tabling it for until April, until the beginning of the growing season, so people have some idea where they're safe. A lot of these ordinances end up affecting the truly ill, the ones who can't afford to grow indoors, the one who just need to grow a few plants and don't feel safe. I do agree that doctors have stepped into the gap. SB 420 also protects collectives, encourages collectives, patients to grow together. The Attorney General's guidelines do the same thing. But we don't have a licensing regulation for that, and so doctors have stepped in and written notes for what may be considered too much for a single person, but the problem is we don't have collective growing. We do have a bill in Sacramento, AB 604, that would protect that, and I would encourage this board to endorse that as a step forward in what can everybody, all the locals are saying, we need more regulation at the state level. We've been trying to pass this for a while at the state level. We need your support to pass that, and that would help. And we will also know about that bill pretty soon. It's going to be having hearings. So maybe table it today, but I wouldn't table it for the whole year. And my office is always available for consultation on all of this. Thanks.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hello, my name is Frank Farbon. I just have one question. If you table this till November and people who have their licenses put their 6 plants in the ground and are operating in the spirit of the law, and come November 1st their plants aren't done yet, but yet you decide to bring this, say that now it's legal, all of a sudden these people are now demonized and criminalized by an overnight decision by you folks. How do you plan to deal with that?
First of all, I guarantee you it doesn't happen overnight. Nothing in government happens overnight. And I would say when it does come back, it would be my opinion, and I would assume most of the board would agree that there's going to be a pretty extensive committee process to go through and vet some of the issues that we've heard about.
So in other words, if patients grow this year and you do end up opting for this and it comes in November and their medicine is not mature yet, then you're not going to be running out and getting these people for outside. That's all I'm trying to understand.
No.
From the police department or from the sheriff's department. Is that accurate? That's all I'm asking.
Once again,
because you're saying it's okay to start here, and then you're putting a limit at the other end. And I'm just asking.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just for the audience to know, if any ordinance was going to be considered again, there would be further public hearings which would be noticed, and public comment like this again would be taken. So there will be ample public
and there'd
notification.
be a first reading and a second reading?
No, it would be public hearing, but it would, if it was a different ordinance, then it would be going through the Planning Commission again, which I
Planning Commission plus first and second reading.
No, Planning Commission and then back to your board.
And then
both public hearings, the exact same process that we've had with this ordinance would go through again.
Okay. And Sheriff, if you'd like to address
All I
it.
was going to say is generally outdoor, that's what we're talking about.
Yes.
Outdoor season's usually done by November.
Sometimes it's not, though.
Sometimes, but
right. This last November, it wasn't done by November. So I'm taking.
I
I
understand
where we're coming from.
In the spirit of the law.
Thank you
Yeah,
for
okay.
speaking to me in the spirit of the law.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Tom Liberty. I'm also with Collective Patient Resources. I just wanted to reiterate the importance of something that at least one other person has already spoken to, and that's that right now, under the present system, there's no way for a patient to determine if it's safe for them to have anything to do with medical marijuana on any level, because it hasn't been it's not being treated with any consistency. There were people within the last 2 years that I personally met and know who grew 50 plants and never got a call from anybody. There were people who had 10 plants and had law enforcement come in and tear them out and not arrest or cite anybody. There was one person that was arrested for 3 plants. I understand that there's some vagary in the law, and I understand that there's changes happening all the time, and I understand how tough that must be to deal with. But I think that when it comes to the matter of the law, a law-abiding citizen can't be put in this position where they have no idea whether what they're doing is legal or not. And I don't know what you can do about that. I understand the whole argument behind tabling this. In the meantime, what you've got is a significant number of patients, legal patients and legal cultivators who are scared to death because they don't know where the limits are. How are we to know what the DA thinks is appropriate if our doctor has told us it's appropriate?
Can I
How are we to know
jump
that?
in for a second?
Absolutely.
First off, we're not dealing with the criminal aspects of it here. We're dealing with land use.
Okay,
That's
I
all
under-
this
I
is
understand
regarding.
that.
This is an ordinance that has to do with, can you, use your land for a certain thing. So I would, once again,
Just understand that we need guidelines.
I understand that, and there's a lot of questions, and this affects a lot of people, and we want to make sure when we get an ordinance, it's a good ordinance that works for everybody. And people, we're not going to make everybody happy, but we want it to be reasonable and have a clear process that does the right thing. So right now, we don't have the time to deal with that. We have a drought on our hands.
Right.
Like we said, we've got a lot of things, and once we get a little more clarity on which direction it's going to go in California, then we'll take the time to invest and get a
One
good
more
ordinance.
brief comment. I'm not trying to blow sunshine up your skirt. I've been through this process in 2 other counties and observed it in more than that. And I can tell the difference between a board that's listening and a board that isn't. And you have from the first meeting that we had, and that shouldn't be taken for granted.
Thank you.
I kind of want the patients here who are participating for the first time to know that not everybody gets this. You know, I've been in places where it didn't happen. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
My name's Elizabeth Rush. I'm real sick. I cannot take modern medicine. I'm allergic to surgical steel. I need to know that it's safe for me to be medicated. I don't do it now because I don't feel safe. You today have to make a decision. Don't table this. Take a stand. That's why we voted for you. We didn't vote you into office because you looked good behind your nameplate. We voted you in to take a stand, to do a job. I'm asking you, this is my life. I have a growth in my breast they can't take out. I'm allergic to aspirin. I'm afraid to take the one thing that allows me to lead a semi-normal life. And you want to table it today? I don't have time for you to table it.
You're going to be able to take your medicine per your prescription. That's what we're saying.
But I want to be able to grow it. I
And
want
per the
to be able
law,
to do
you'll be able
whatever.
to reasonably grow it as was
But
stated.
you can't guarantee that. I've seen people get busted. I've been harassed, and I wasn't doing anything but watching my son practice football. And I wasn't doing anything. And I was harassed. And I wasn't even contemplating using it then. I need it now, not in November. I need you to make a stand and say, I got elected, and come hell or high water, my constituency wants me to make a decision. I don't care if the sheriff doesn't like it. I don't care if the district attorney doesn't like it. Quite frankly, there's a lot of things they do that I don't like, but I respect them enough to allow them to do their job. I'm expecting every one of you to do your job today, and don't table this issue. That's ridiculous.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
President of the board, board members, my name is Robert Dittler, and I feel a little bit like a fish out of water here, but I believe in what's right and what's wrong, and when it affects myself and my family, it's time for me to speak up. I am in favor of this ordinance. Okay, I'm the one you've been looking for, I guess. So I'm a lone survivor here. The deal is I am not opposed to medical marijuana. I'm opposed to the way it affects me when people grow outside. I've got a story. You don't want to hear about it today, and I'll table it till you guys bring it back. But the outside cultivation has affected my life in such a way that I need to speak up. It's being abused. It's out of control. It needs to be addressed. It needs to be brought under control so it doesn't affect me. Do I have compassion for this woman right here? Absolutely. My heart aches for her. Okay? But when the outside cultivation affects me and my family, okay, which it's doing, and I know there's other people in this county, and maybe I'll be the start of them to speak up. I wish they would. Pardon me?
Hey, come on.
Okay.
He has the floor. Let him talk.
Yeah, I don't know, did you want to go into that right now? Or?
You know what? We're talking about tabling this. There's no doubt that this impacts people on both sides, and that's what we're trying to stay away from, is debating that until we get more information about what the law directs us to do.
Okay. And that's why I wasn't going there with it. I'll
Yeah,
hold
and I
it.
appreciate
But
that.
I came here in hope that this board was going to make a decision today. And I was in favor of it, and I was hoping that this board was going to be in favor of it also. So I just, I'll see you all again. Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Yeah.
My name's John, and I'm in favor of tabling it. I mean, it's too big of a decision for you guys all to come up with a straight, I mean, this gray area, you're not going to fix this gray area that exists right now. You know, it's not going to go away till, you know, something gets voted on above you guys. But I do want you guys to keep an open mind of the income that could be generated in this county, by this county, for this county. I don't know if you guys watched the news last night, but Colorado posted $1.26 million in their first month with only 30 to 35% of their stores open. In tax revenue. That's just revenue. They have a 25% tax on
Can we
recreational marijuana.
Keep it to the...
So, I mean, it's just, I just hope you guys look at both ends of it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And that's it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathy Marquez, and I live up on the west side of the Tuolumne County. I would like to request that you do table it, but agree with the April idea so that you can have time to get subcommittees going and get patients, sheriffs, law, yourselves involved and start working on this and planning so that come November, when things come up with the new election, things can be in place to be happening. We have been working on this for a long time. I myself grow outdoors. I can't afford to do it otherwise. And, you know, we're just asking for your consideration in this, and let's get something going and take the matters into our hands and work on this. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Heather Mafucci, and I am in favor of tabling this, also to put together a committee, but I am also another one that is in favor of what the board has recommended here as far as prohibiting collectives and the outdoor growing. So you're not alone. I would like to see this tabled, and I would like to see it tabled till after November. It makes fiscal sense. It would also establish the boards and be able to spend some time, quality time, looking at these whole issues, as opposed to trying to do it in a couple of months. So that's what my suggestion is, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Lori Welsh, and I just have one question as far as the ordinance, something I'd like you to consider. While I appreciate and respect your opinion in tabling this matter, I would like to know what you're going to do as far as lifting the moratorium on the dispensaries in this county. November is a long way off, and I have to travel out of the county, and I would like to see our patients have a dispensary, a place that they can go locally, our cancer patients, our patients that cannot travel. And it would be nice to have a dispensary back.
Thank you. Come on up. If anybody wants to talk, I'd ask you please line up at this time.
Hi, my name's Clay Hill, and I'm in favor of regulating it, and I think that there's a lot of drugs that are out there that causes you to bleed to death or for your heart to stop, and I think all of those medicines should be banned. I think medical marijuana is a great alternative. I think anybody that is sick or has a problem should be able to get
a license, and I think it should be done with passion and caring. And I just wanted to say that I believe in our county, I believe in all of our supervisors, and I think we need to have a lot of passion for those that have cancer in their bones. And I just wanted to say that, and God bless you all.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hello, my name is Royal Garrison. I represent the Sonora Cannabis Delivery Service and Co-op. We are the oldest and first in the county. Been here since 1996. Held the meeting with Jim Milley. We've still been here. I've never been harassed. When they say there's no place to get your marijuana in the county, we have delivery services that deliver in the county, so that's not correct. So I just wanted to straighten that out, that there is delivery services in our county.
Thank you.
Thank you all for listening to us today. I just want to put in my 2 cents. I think this should not be tabled till November. And I think that when you do look at a new ordinance, it does need to be with a committee of citizens from this county. And I believe you need to seriously look at what a collective or a co-op or a dispensary will do for this county. They are safe. If you're going to do a new ordinance, do the research. There's a organization called LEAP. It's Law Enforcement Against Prohibition. They can answer all of your questions. I've given you all their website there. So in the paperwork that we sent you, please look at it before you do another ordinance. Really research. Find out what's going on. Don't go on fear tactics. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Looks like that's it. But this time, I'm going to end public comment, bring it back to the board, and I did want to address a couple points about the timeline. We have a lot of issues to deal with here besides this, as was discussed before. Our budget process and things of that nature also come into play with our schedule, and our staff time is very limited. So that's something that really does play a big role into how our schedule works out. Carl?
Yeah, and I'd just like to address a couple of comments that were made. One, I appreciate the fact that for some people it's really important that we do something now. But I also have to say that the ordinance in its current form, I think, is clearly, for most people, not exactly what they would want to see. But that ordinance is the product of a pretty extensive committee action. It has been through the Planning Commission, and their recommendation is it needs more work. So for that reason only, I would be in favor of not making a recommendation, or certainly not passing the ordinance in its current form, but probably sending it back. I do agree that at the right moment, and I think it may be November, it may be sometime prior to that, obviously, if things change between now and then. But at the right moment, I think the right way to do it is to involve some of the community in that process, and I'd be for that. This is an important enough issue, and whether recreational use gets legalized in November or not, medical use is still going to be an issue, and it's important enough, and we do need to do it the right way. And for that reason, I don't want to rush into it. We're not running away from the issue. Obviously, I've spent more time on this issue than I have on anything but water. And if you've been listening to the news, there's a real good reason why I spent a little bit more time on water. So, and I know my colleagues up here on the dais have, every one of them has spent a lot of time on this issue. So we're not running away from it. We just want to make sure that we do it right. And I guess that's all I got to say.
Randy? And then John?
Yeah, I agree with Supervisor Rutherford. I believe that our choices today, whether pass the ordinance or reject the ordinance, or if you will, table it and do some more work. I have a question for Ms. Shane. Ms. Shane, I believe we're supposed to be done with the general plan about 1st of July, or is that more or longer than that?
Well, we are hoping to have a...
The housing element, at least.
Well, yes, the draft we're hoping to wrap up in April or May and then start the EIR process, but actual adoption wouldn't be for probably till June of 2015.
Oh.
And then the next process is to update the zoning ordinance to be consistent with the new general plan. So that's the schedule we'd be looking at for that process.
Yeah, well, I was looking for an opportunity to start the committee, if there was an opportunity to start a committee to look at this, the medical issues here in the county sooner than November, because I understand some of these comments here, but I'm looking because of staff time.
You could certainly start the committee earlier. It would stress staff, yes.
Okay, well, I leave that to you, Mr. Chairman.
Just a comment, staff, on what Ms. Shane has said. We know that we've got them loaded up with work to do, but starting committee prior to November, not knowing what's going to happen in November, it might be premature. And if there was no place for people to go, just heard from a gentleman that he'll deliver it if you need it. Makes me feel a little bit better. The medical marijuana issue is the most important one to try to resolve, and I think it was Mr. Dittler that spoke. I've had a number of complaints on the same issue of large marijuana grows next to people's property, and that's something that we're going to have to work out. I think 300 or 400 plants are not ones that I'd like to see grown next to my house. So I feel for you. Saying.
It's too late. I'm sorry. Public comments closed. I don't want to open it back
So
up. Sorry,
I'm in favor of what we're doing, and the people that have sent me information, I assure you, I read it, I look at it, I do additional research, and I know other board members have done the same. So it doesn't fall on deaf ears. We're here to try to understand and do the best we can. And we know that we're not going to make everybody happy. So when something does come back, some of you are not going to be happy. I want to be clear or not, but we're going to do our best to strike a balance.
Okay. And one more point for me, and then I'm going to call for the question. We get help from associations, California State Association of Counties. Randy mentioned RCRC, Regional Council of Rural Counties. There are people who help us out. They give us material that explains different legislation that's coming through, talks about what the state's doing, talks about our revenue sources and how they're changing. And I think that as this moves forward and if things change, that's going to be a resource we're going to use to help us. I wouldn't be opposed to starting to put the committee together. I know there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be interested in participating and trying to keep that to a focused, concise group of stakeholders is going to be something that we're going to have to come up with. I think we could do that maybe during the summer, but actually digging into the material I think is a waste of time, as has been a lot of the effort up to this point until we know what's going to happen. And so I'm going to continue with the position, that we'll deal with it once we know what happens in November, but if we want to start to put the committee together or whatever, we can work on that through the summer. So if there's no
I
other
do just ask for one point of clarification.
Sure.
As the lady mentioned, we'll know in April, I believe, that if they will have enough signatures for it to be on the ballot. Excuse me. And I would suggest that we table this until, if in April, in fact, it's going to be on the ballot, then we table it to November. If for something unforeseeable happens, I really do believe that there will be a ballot initiative. But if that does not take place,
we can come back
we
and deal
come
with
back
it.
to it and move it along.
So
this summer.
I would ask for the motion to be amended.
So, did I make it so amended?
I believe so.
It's been a while. I'm sorry.
Actually, Randy made it.
No, he made it and Gray seconded it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'll amend my motion if John will amend his second.
Yes. Okay. So that's included.
So
And
long
with
ago we
that, is
forgot.
there any other board comments? Otherwise, at this time, I'll call for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And thank you for
Thank you
everybody
all.
being here.
Yeah, thank you all for coming.
And with that, let's take a 5-minute break.
Mr. Chairman, I also want to say thank you to the people that sent us information, because I got a lot of really good information and education from a lot of people, and I certainly needed it. So, thank you.
Could you please have a seat?
Reconvene, please.
We're going to call our meeting back to order here, and we are going to continue our 11 o'clock appointment. Could you please read it one more time, Mrs. Jamar?
County of Tuolumne Budget Workshop to include presentation of the Tuolumne County budget process, the county budget policies, presentation of the baseline fiscal year 2014 through 2019 multi-year budget forecast, and consideration of approving direction on preparation of the modified fiscal year 2014-15 through 18-19 multi-year budget forecast.
All right, and I believe we left off on item C of our staff report, so if you guys could take off where you left off.
All right, we'll get going again.
Thank you.
Okay, so this morning we were able to talk about just our process and talk about, policies. Gave a little update on our liabilities of the county and the progress that's been made on many and some not so. But that was all by way of just background and information. So now what I'd like to go ahead and do is present the multi-year forecast. This is, again, the 5th time that I've attempted to do a multi-year forecast of our what we can expect in our different funds. As we found to be most useful, we're focusing in on our 3 primary funds of the that are general fund dependent, the general fund itself, the road fund, and the fire fund. I will just mention that all the other funds are looking to be okay, particularly the big ones that are out there that we're not talking a lot about today, not at all today, but being the health fund, the behavioral health fund, and the social services fund. But those are primarily state and federally funded and appear to be doing okay. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and start. As I typically do, we talk a little bit what's going on nationally, state, and then local, and in terms of economy and budget. So we'll start with the national. Go ahead. And I'm not going to go through each of these points, but there are different economists that we've looked at over the years. One that we've looked at frequently is Diane Swank with Misero Financial. She's been a speaker before CSAC and the International City County Managers Association and others. She's been fairly tough on this economy, not very optimistic, but I thought it was notable in the first bullet on that page. She's saying under the economic outlook could be the strongest we have seen since 2005. And this is not someone who's prone to optimism, so I take that with some note. And there's a number of points that are there that she makes that are talk about why things would get better. I would also note that she mentions at the bottom there, the budget agreement in Washington, D.C. removes an impediment to the economy, and that, interesting, she notes that state and local spending is going up, which she views to be a positive. Moving on to David Rosenberg, currently with Gluskin Sheff Associates. He's referring to an economy to surprise us in 2014. And I'll just skip down to the last bullet point on that slide. He says the job market and consumer confidence is improving. And then he says this, that 2 to 3 months, he feels we're 2 to 3 months from seeing non-financial sector jobs hit an all-time high. Now, that's a strong comment, and I've not heard that, from others. But here's another person that's not known for his optimism. But I just wanted to share that, with the board. And I'm not ready to say I totally believe and trust in all these.
When were these comments made?
About 2 months ago.
Yeah, prior to January's stock market collapse.
Yeah. And then the national, also under Congressional Budget Office, you can see the projections for growth in the gross domestic product, their projection for low inflation, their projections for unemployment to continue dropping. But I put in down at the bottom, again, I'm always looking forward. And if you look under health and welfare costs, growth is projected to really take off after 2017. We've talked about the baby boomer effect here and people leaving, and that's really what this is speaking to, is that they do see Social Security and medical care programs, such as, the Affordable Care Act, with costs going up as the population continues to age. And it's not just happenstance, but you also see in the projections from the Congressional Budget Office that the annual debt service on the national debt and then the national debt itself begins to really increase substantially around 2017 when these things are projected to occur. Now, we don't control those things, but those are things that we need to just kind of keep in the back of our minds. The federal budget, of course, we don't have a federal budget that's been passed. We have an omnibus package of bills, but it totals up to a little over $1 trillion in spending, with an increase in our discretionary spending, the restoration of most sequester cuts. Really, it has relatively minor impacts on us, except the farm bill. We were all very concerned about that. PILT, the payments in lieu of taxes, is contained in the farm bill. Just got a message from Rocky Deal from Congressman McClintock's office around lunchtime that it had previously passed the House and it just passed the Senate today. Yes, sir. 1 year. That's correct. That's right. And just to expand on what Supervisor Hanvelt's mentioning is PILT in the past has been considered a mandatory spending item, something that they're really obliged to give to local governments. This is about a $2 million-ish, annual revenue to Tuolumne County. We're the sixth. We received the sixth highest amount in the state. I didn't know that until a week or so ago. But the last time they approved this, it was a 6-year funding program, and this is, as Randy said, only 1 year. So we're going to have to watch that. So the major concerns I put at the bottom, will they extend both PILT but also Secure Rural Schools? And Secure Rural Schools have been one that had a multi-year funding program attached. Excuse me? Yeah, it's gone down. They had approved it in years past at a fairly high level, and over the last several years it's gone down. It was as high at one point where we were receiving between $1.1 and $1.2 million each for roads and for schools each, and now it's down to under $600,000 a year. I think it's close to $550 was our projection, and this is being supported for this year only using the sale of a portion of the country's helium reserve. That's how they found a way to pay for it. So that's really important, both of those revenues, Supervisor.
And so I have one concern that's kind of related to that. Yes, Secure Rural Schools continues to go down, the hope being that timber harvest will go up and there will be some offsets. But there's still a lot of conversations about stewardship contracts and what that will mean to our timber receipts. With stewardship contracts, currently there is no mechanism for roads and schools to receive funding.
Right. Well, now that we have Supervisor Roedifer on the case as our NACO representative, you'll carry it single-handedly.
I will? Let me rephrase that. I will.
All right. Well, this is another example why it is important to be engaged. These are huge revenues to us.
Yes.
It's huge revenues to us, so it's a good thing that we're providing more focus than we have in the past. Under the state economy, some of the folks I've looked at in the past, and there's others, but UCLA Anderson forecast, they talk about the coastal haves and the inland have-nots. That's his way of saying things are growing briskly on the coastal regions and the metropolitan areas around the coastal regions, but not so much so in the inland areas. About the fifth bullet down, it talks about new enterprises are creating jobs at faster rates than established businesses. That just reinforces what people say. It's the small businesses that really lead the recovery and that generate, jobs. You hear that all the time. That's what Mr. Cope, preaches, and we look after all of our businesses and all of our jobs, but it's really the smaller businesses that will bring the economy back and generate the most jobs, and that's what this is saying. And it does predict here, and there's conflict in these reports, that government, logistics, manufacturing, residential construction will still decline inland. And you'll see some that contradict that. But that's their view. At UOP, just down the street in Stockton, Everhart School of Business. Again, fairly robust projections for the gross state product, showing job growth of 2% to shift to construction and state and local government, kind of contradicting what you just heard. But very interesting, this next bullet, state and local governments to recover half of lost jobs by 2017. So that's a slow recovery due to rising pension costs and deferred pay increases. Does that sound familiar? So that's notable. Moving on to Wells Fargo Economics Group. They're similar to UCLA. You have the uneven recovery, coastal areas enjoying strong growth versus meager growth inland. They really praise how tech-related jobs are growing the fastest. They really gave praise to tourism, and the health industry has really been the stability in our economy. And that's certainly something we've experienced here when you think about it. The bounce we've seen here. Agriculture, manufacturing, construction, and government jobs have lagged. Interesting on these last two bullets, housing affordability. We haven't talked about that really in a long time, workforce housing kind of thing. They're saying is becoming a problem in these coastal areas as demand increases and values rise. And that's what's driving the building of more apartments and things like that, or you'll see the commuter homes that have been completed along the way back to the Bay Area, because we saw a lot of those subdivisions that weren't completed. Well, now they're completed. That's because it's too expensive, there. And then they just said that basically the economy is going to self-correct. It will cool somewhat because they're predicting interest rates rising, and they're concerned about the superheating of the tech, like another tech bubble is what they called it, that they could see it kind of self-adjusting and cooling back down. So just a smattering of what some people are saying as far as our state economy. Under the governor's budget, the general fund budget for the state, $107 billion. It's an 8.5% increase. Excuse me, Carl, did you want to? Okay. That's being fueled primarily by increase in income tax receipts. And he's really investing very conservatively here. This is a governor proposal. $2.3 billion rainy day fund, paying down some of the state's debts.
When's the rainy day?
That's a good point. Yeah, as we started our day talking drought.
What is a rainy day?
Right. Is that Jeopardy? Put it in the form of a question. Increases in funding, that's where most of that is going. They're assuming a 2% increase in state worker pay through that period. There's some modest provision for some infrastructure projects and provision for water programs. He also, what I can see, there's no big changes for Tuolumne County in that budget. It maintains versus growing the AB 109 dollars, and we've talked about that. Defers repayment of owed SB 90 dollars. That's state mandate dollars, and there is a deadline for them to start paying that. I'll believe it when I see it. It's talking about undoing what's called the triple flip, the revenue shuffle with repayment of the economic recovery bonds. And without getting into all what the triple flip is, they wanted to secure the sales tax as one of the primary things years ago when they went to the voters and said, would you go ahead and approve this economic recovery bond? And in order to repay it with a bond, the folks wanted to see the state use to repay it were sales tax. And that started this triple flip of funds. Sales tax and vehicle license money we used to get was backfilled with some property tax. This would actually be a good thing. We'd get our money sooner if they do it and actually make it a lot more straightforward. We could actually see what's happening within our economy in a more real-time way. That's fairly significant for us in tracking what goes on with our revenues. It repays highway user tax loans. Some of that additional local road dollars would help partially offset an excise tax reduction, a 3.1 cent excise tax reduction. And then just as a reminder for all of us, again, looking forward, is that Prop 13 sales tax increase expires in December 2016, and income tax expires in December 2018.
Want to bet?
Okay.
I'll bet there's legislation to make the both of those permanent.
Yeah, well, if their budget's hurting, they may very well attempt to do so. That's why I put it there, because what happens when those revenues start pulling away? What is the condition of our state budget? So it's just a reminder what's propping that up a little bit. Okay, so going on.
Excuse me, Craig, didn't you say, you said AB 109 is continuing? I thought it was decreasing.
There's a little decrease in the base allocation, but there's an increase projected in what's called growth, and it about balances out. And then they're expecting it to go back up the following year. But really what needs to happen, and that's...
The long-term projection RCRC was showing was down. I was looking for it. I couldn't find it. But
Yeah. Well, I don't know there's a long-term projection for that yet.
I was promoting our support of the LA thing for full funding, and that topic came up. Anyway, I'm a little worried about that.
Well, there's definitely a decrease in the base allocation next year, but we believe it will be offset with growth. There's a base allocation, a growth allocation, that there ought to be enough to at least match what we got this year, next year, and then we'll see where it really goes. As far as the county economy, and again, moving fast, just picked out a couple things here. December 2013 unemployment. I thought you'd like to see this. If you've never seen what our unemployment rate is relative to the U.S., California, and then all of our neighbors. Now, it's totally unfair to compare ourselves to the Valley with their agricultural base and what's happened there. They had heavier construction labor base than we had, but look at those rates. Merced, 14.2%, Stanislaus, 12.2%, San Joaquin, 12.1% unemployment. You look at our neighbor to the south, Mariposa, 8.9%. We're sitting at 8.5, Calaveras, 9.4%. So relative to the neighbors, we're doing okay. We wish it was more like 6, but not so bad comparing our neighbors.
My problem is that a real number? That's the official numbers. It takes people out that have quit looking for jobs, and we may be having a little bit of a spike in that we do have some logging activity going on in our county as a result of a disaster.
True.
So I'm not real encouraged by that until it gets down to a steady state number.
Right, and I would agree. But I did find it interesting to see if inquiring minds want to know how are we doing relative to the neighbors, right now, using the same standard. For our county, for our housing statistics, good news that our median sales price, 2012 versus 13, has increased from 166,000 to 195. The number of sales is about the same, a little over 900. But I think it's particularly good news when you see the private sales have increased, while bank-owned sales and short sales have gone down. That means that does say things are starting to level out, and you don't have the same mortgage activity and bank activity, so you see the market starting to come back.
And Rimfire shut down sales because they couldn't get insurance.
Right.
It's just shut everything off. I talked to the real estate board about that, so I am encouraged by that.
Yeah. And then your listings, again, a good sign, January to January. January 13, 307. This year, 385. So they're moving in the right direction. These aren't saying everything that's wonderful, but they're moving in the right direction. As far as some 2013 highlights, asked Mr. Cope, give me some of the things that he could recall. The Black Oak Casino Hotel is bringing more activity, into the community as a whole. Rush Creek Lodge, now we know that took some really important steps to move forward, so it's getting off of the planning pages and they're actually moving forward with it. So hopefully next year we're going to see some construction going on. The MMI expansion, the board should be somewhat proud of that because you've had a part in that, and that's leasing that lease purchase of our Sunshine Road property to enable that to happen. The Blue Mountain Minerals land use action your board has taken, that is looking to that's a good sign. That says they're going to make a long-term run at that site. Not that that was really in question, but that's good. Armstrong Clark has moved to new facilities and is doing some expansion there. We have the Jamestown Retail and Apartment Complex with secured entitlements. The Mountain People Organics, we just heard this morning, came to the podium saying that that's working. And again, your board could give a double thumbs up because it's in the county's armory, that's occurring. We have the Jamestown Hotel and Restaurant going through top to bottom restoration. We have the Grocery Depot moving into an existing business in Jamestown, the Dollar General securing their entitlements, Sonora's Hometown Furniture coming into play in downtown Sonora. There's a new herbal botanical shop, and there's a number of food establishments that are listed there. And again, none of those are going to lead the way, but this is positive, stuff that's occurring. Looking to 2014, while there's capital to be raised, the Sonora Regional Medical Pavilion, that's going to house a cancer center, the rehabilitation of medical offices. That's very positive, both in terms of the construction that will bring about, but that's going to be new services to our community, and there'll be new jobs associated with those when those services come online. And healthcare is one of the highest paying types of jobs that you can have. We have the Knowledge Lab, Mr. Copeson working on for local coders, hackers, and makers, along with an angel venture capital network to try and make things go that come out of that. And again, it's possible that we can be part of that by at least temporarily housing this innovation, this Knowledge Lab in our facilities. We have the new Jamestown Mine RFP that will be going out in just a few weeks, and so we can get that rolling again. Mr. Richardson has been working on it over the last couple days. The TCEDA is changing its focus onto attraction in the areas of manufacturing, technology, healthcare, bioag, bioenergy projects. And this is totally consistent. Actually, when I thought about this relative to when I was looking at those economists throughout the state where the growth is occurring, it's in these kinds of areas. So if the EDA and those that support it can make that happen, that's consistent with where we're seeing the growth occur in our state economy. And then right at the bottom, though, is what are the impacts related to the rim fire and the drought. That's really hard to try and, what is it going to be? This is new territory for us all at this magnitude. So that's going to be a stay tuned and see what really happens here. So that's quick on our economy. It's just in short, that we're still moving forward. Good things are happening. Again, the board made a great decision to buy into the Economic Development Authority. And we've been making good changes on our policies, our processes, and those kinds of things to facilitate it as far as county government's concerned, development that is. As far as our budget and staffing, just a reminder, not to be depressed, but just a reminder. Just going back to 2006-07, and I arbitrarily picked that because that's when I took the helm, so look at the destruction I've caused. It's almost 188,903 permanent FTEs. To this year, we're sitting at the 145 million-ish and 588 FTEs. What's noteworthy is in 2012-13 was a bounce. You can see where the numbers started to come back up, both in terms of budget and in terms of FTE. But most of that had to do with some capital projects, and as Supervisor Hanveld has dubbed it, the growth industry, which is in our social services, behavioral health, and those areas. Our only growth industry? Okay. And I have had board members ask me, what's happened in the different categories of government expenditures, what's happened to us. So Tracy has a graph. I put it on the dais. Just a quick flash. Go to the chart or the graph. And all this is, unless you want to dissect it, the biggest thing that you're going to see up here is the blue line here, and these kind of blur as far as the color, but this highest bar on the bar graph, that's expenditures in the area of public protection. So it shows that that's still getting the lion's share, and it's still growing. I'm going to make one notation here, though. We do have $1 million in here that is a set aside for capital that's captured in the numbers the way it was budgeted, but still, if you take that out, that's still showing that the board has continued to invest in the area of public protection. And the raw numbers are provided for you, as well. But anyway, I had some members ask me about that, so there's your chart. Getting back to the presentation, How we balanced our past budgets, again, investment in economic development, privatization of services, reorganization, labor concessions, and workforce reductions. So, all types of things. Your board's always interested in the number of how much of the budget can the board actually control. So when you go into your budget and you look at your discretionary revenues, which are primarily your property tax, sales tax, TOT, and things like that, in this year's budget, it's about a little over $40 million, about 28% of your overall $145 million budget can be applied wherever the board wants. And then again, down below, you can see general government is about 28%, public protection 50%, libraries and rec just under 6%, transfers to other funds 13%, and that's transfers to some set transfers we have to do to public health, behavioral health, social services, but also transfers to your capital fund, your road fund, and your fire funds. That's what's in there. And then you have a contingency sitting right around 1.2 million or 3%. So this is where the discretionary money that your board has, this is where it's going, and it's a good indicator, again, of where your priorities are. And again, here it shows that 50%, just over 50% is going to public protection of your discretionary money. And that's pretty consistent with what we've seen in past years. As far as fiscal challenges ahead, our discretionary local revenues have stabilized, but with only modest, growth. But I'll take it. It's stabilized with modest growth. We're continuing to absorb the trickle-down impacts of prior state budget actions, and I just pick on the realignment, so that's your AB 109. Even things like the Affordable Care Act and things like that, we have to deal with it and make the best with what we are provided. We have ever-increasing PERS rates, which you saw this morning. They're just continuing to go up. We are not alone. That is a statewide issue, but it is taking up more and more of our dollars, and that's why your cost per employee has gone up across the board, if for no other reason, PERS. As far as adding personnel costs, whether it's new positions or compensation adjustments to existing employees, it really should be done in conjunction with adequate revenues to support same. And some of the surrounding counties that went ahead and did those things without having adequate revenues to sustain it. And your board has never done that, but just a reminder, that's really important that we have ongoing revenues to pay for those kinds of things. Funding long-term liabilities, we talked this morning about, again, dealing with that PERS chart that you saw, and the deferred road and building maintenance, et cetera. And then we've talked a lot about this today, guarding against outside threats to our economy, and that's things like our water supply, this drought issue, major forest fires. We've seen what it can do to us. So onto the multi-year forecast, what I thought I would do is, and probably the last time I do this, yes, sir.
Back to your unemployment numbers and the growth in health and human services, that's another reason why I kind of get a little worried about that, because health and human services is a direct correlation to the number of people in our community who are needy. Yes. And typically they're unemployed. So those unemployment numbers don't give me a real comfortable feeling that things are getting better necessarily for our economy in Tuolumne County when the health and human services budget's going up. We got more people in need.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to disagree with what you said, but I don't think what we're doing as far as, there's two parts. Our increase in staff is not huge as far as...
I'm not worried about our increase in staff. I'm worried about the net cost out because
right.
There's needy people, and those people need jobs, or they...
Right. What we're doing with our program shows a growing need, within our community, is what we're saying here. And it is a concern if you step back, and this goes beyond what we can affect directly, except through organizations like CSAC and RCRC, NACO, is, when does it stop? Because we seem like we're picking up about every need there is, through governmental programs. And again, it's a bigger issue than we can deal with, but it is a concern when you step back and look at where the dollars are going. That's what I was talking about under the federal budget. in 2017, they're looking at those increases occurring, and with that, the national debt will increase, and so will our debt service on the national debt. And that's what's driving it, the same kind of thing. So on the multi-year, I just thought one step back for history for perspective, because we really have been battling for the last several years. And I'm going to go to the chart, and this will be the last time I'll go to it. And I purposely took one that showed right in the midst of the battle what things were looking like for us. So why don't you go to the hospital? And I'm going to step up here to this sheet. This is something that Debbie and Daniel and I put together when we went and talked to Moody's when we were trying to convince Moody's to give us the money for the litigation obligation bond at the mine, to show that we were going to get things under control, because the expenditures at the hospital were really outpacing our ability to do things. So just on this chart, it starts at 97, 98, and again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but it shows what their beginning cash was. It shows what the general fund contributions, were. We had done what's called a tobacco securitization, where we sold our rights to future tobacco tax dollars in order to get a lump sum. And after it'll probably be another, 15, 20 years from now, we'll get this back. But we took that to help plug the hole on this. This shows the total transfers as things were growing that we were having to feed into the hospital. What our operating cash deficit, was in our annual operating cash deficit, and what our ending cash balances were. So we were all working on it at this time. Around 2003-04, I think, is when about half of my time was getting dedicated to dealing with this issue. And things were really getting scary, with where we were headed with this. This is when we had, those who remember Lewin came in, who had been here a decade earlier, that said we needed to, phase out of this and spin into some type of privatization or partnership model. Then we brought Camden, in to complete a more detailed study and also to run our hospital. And it was in 2006-07 when the board, and this is where we were just after, we had almost $11 million that we were putting into the hospital between general fund, almost $8 million, almost $3 million of tobacco, securitization, $11 million. And then 6-7, we were on track at this point. We had about $7.5 million general fund, $2.5 million of securitization, $10 million. And this was the environment in which, your predecessors, said we have got to make a change. And in July of 2007 is when the acute portion of Tuolumne General did close. The board had made the decision early in the calendar year, and a lot of good things happened that allowed us to actually transition in July. And then you could see, the contributions dropping from over $10 million to just under $5 million. And this part of the chart was showing a projection of what it would be to phase out of things like acute psych and our long-term care. And what ultimately happened, if we put the real numbers up here, is we actually were able to accelerate that. Psych closed after a year and a half, and then long-term care was within the 3-year horizon. But part of my reason in going in here is you can see, still we were looking at like $4+ million. Well, people ever wondered when the when the economy started to go, and then we had our the financial crisis, how were we able to get through those first phases of that? That's where it came from, is we were able to start stepping out of these commitments, into the hospital, accelerate some changes that were down here. And just to connect the dots for everyone, this was really critical in the early years of this whole financial time that we've been through, where we were able to take this, plus, again, our employees, stepping up, doing some early furloughs and some other things, is how we got through the first year or so of our real financial problems. Go ahead. So, and again, just going through that, thought it'd be interesting. Back in 2009-10, the initial year of the multi-year forecast, we were looking at this about a $6.9 million shortfall. If no corrective actions were taken, that was kind of the peak of our general fund problems, the hospital notwithstanding. And again, I gave you the clues as to how we really addressed that at the front edge. You know, how did you deal with that kind of money? It had a lot to do with the hospital. And then, again, some actions by our employees and then other changes in the budget that the board directed us to do. If you roll that 3 years further, we had 3 multi-year bargaining agreements along with a number of changes that the board had directed, a bunch more of privatizations, regionalizations, reorganizations. And that year, we were projecting only about a $300,000 problem in the general fund, so this was good. But we predicted this. But then when the labor agreements came to an end, the ones that we just came to an end last year, we knew if we did not do something new, we were projecting about a $3.3 million problem. And that's, this time last year, your board said, then let's deal with that in 2 ways. One is, let's reapproach our bargaining groups to see if they can help one last time to get us through this last series of cuts or reductions that we needed to make, as well as making reductions, which your board ultimately addressed on the reductions through a combination of targeted cuts and proportionate cuts. If you remember those spreadsheets we did, and everyone took a share of cuts. And that's how we put together this year's budget. It was a combination of things to address that $3.3 million. So I just have a teaser down there. So we've gone from the TG to $6.5 million to 3.3. What's coming? Stay tuned. As far as our key assumptions this year, property tax will increase between 1.5% to 3% per year over the 5-year period, starting at the 1.5% and increasing ultimately to 3%. In the background for this provided this morning, that showed you can see every line item within our general revenues, and you can actually see the increases occurring. Sales tax would increase about 3% per year. After 13-14 this year, we took our TOT down by, if you recall, almost $250,000. So moving forward, we're hoping that it will begin to pick back up. Now that's where what really will be the impact of RIM. Maybe more so than RIM would be the drought. What will be the drought? So I don't know. If I were to hedge, I'd hedge on a more conservative number. But when we met as a revenue team, before the serious drought discussions occurred, we said let's go back to the about 5% growth. And there are reasons to be somewhat optimistic, like Rush Creek. When that comes on, that will be significant to us. But just give you a little flavor of the tension that we felt here. Cable franchise fees have jumped, since Comcast, the last 2 years since Comcast installed. We can really see a lot of people subscribing with them. You see it in their rates. Actually, we got a hint of it, if you recall, when we had to get Comcast phone numbers onto our reverse 9-1. We got a sense of just how big a base, that they're growing. But we expect that's going to cool off in the coming years. We'd love to see it continue to jump, but we're projecting only about 1%. Prop 172, the state sales tax, it goes for public protection purposes. The state would have us budget that somewhere closer to 6.5%. We usually try to be a little more conservative than that. So we're saying 4 to 5% per year in the Prop 172 area. PILT, we know that the coming year is about a 6% increase over this year. That's the only thing we know. Actually, that's this year. That's this year. It's a 6% increase on this year. So what we estimated was this year with only about a 2% growth. That totally depends on Congress. Totally depends on Congress. This would blow a big hole in our budget if we don't get that renewed. Secure rural schools, we left that static, I believe at a $550,000 level in the road fund. We had no optimism there. We'd be glad to hold on to that. And then after a small increase in fiscal 14-15, our gas tax revenues will drop due to both an excise tax reduction and also a predicted reduction in consumption. Now, the consumption reduction wasn't as large as I thought initially, but when I looked at it, but nevertheless, I think that's significant that they're actually acknowledging that consumption is going to go down. And it makes sense that it would go down given, the fuels and things that we talked about. As far as our assumptions for our key expenses, base staffing remains unchanged for the purpose of this baseline multi-year. Compensation calculations assume that bargaining is completed and implemented for all labor groups, and we still have one that's out, and that's where they would pay for 6.25% of our PERS cost, and all employees receive salary increases of different amounts, partially offsetting that PERS increase. Again, just so you can see the numbers, the PERS rates continue to grow despite reforms. Tier 1 safety rate, which is our existing employees, is still growing from 14-15 of nearly 46% to about 54%. And that's regardless of who pays, that's the PERS rate continuing to grow. And and then I'm just going to say, I purposely took the Tier 1, but if you think about the rate that is in your liabilities report that Tracy did earlier today, there's that graph underneath, and it shows the Tier 2 and 3 safety coming in at a much lower rate. And in the miscellaneous employees, it will be blended, and it's still increasing, but not as high as this kind of cost. Juvenile detention facility, we show it coming into operation in 15-16. Workers' comp costs jump in 14-15 and then grow between 2 to 4% thereafter. 87 overhead charges also jump next fiscal year and then grow at about 5% per year thereafter. So what does this all mean? I'm going to get up again. So what does this all mean? What we do, just to keep the numbers simple, is to boil it down within each fund. If you take the revenues less expense, there's a delta, and it's either positive or it's negative. And in the general fund, it's showing a shortfall of about $1.4 million, dropping down to 1.1, 800,000, 700,000, then going positive of 300,000 in the out year. That's a really good trend to see. Well, two things. One, we're not talking about 3.3 million anymore. We're talking about a much lower number. We have our contingencies if we don't spend, as we've discussed in the past. That's built into this number. If we don't spend it this year, that'll drop it down to this lower number. This is very good news. This is saying 361,000 is all that we would be out in the general fund. And then it's almost a break even in 16. And then starting in 17, 18, and then 19, we're on a really good trajectory. This is the first time since we started this that you can see the tide is shifting. We're not out of it yet, but it's definitely going in the right direction. Road fund, this is very consistent with what we've been saying all along. We're still showing about a $350,000 deficit, growing to almost 700,000, 850,000, almost $1 million, and then almost 1.2 million. And that's simply that the traditional revenues, gas tax and those kinds of things, secure rural schools, being gone, they're just not keeping pace with the cost of doing road maintenance. And it's clearly not from increased staffing, because we haven't done that. We've actually reduced some there. It's the traditional revenues just aren't keeping pace. And in the fire fund, it's hovering between 300,000 negative to the high of almost 500,000 in 2018. It's the same situation. This is true of almost every fire district in the county that are supported by property tax. The property taxes are just not keeping pace with the cost of doing firefighting. And this number, by the way, does not include any significant capital, for the fire department. That's not in here. So again, why do we put the road fund and the fire fund in with the general fund? Because that's how we have traditionally had to balance it. We've moved money from the general to these two funds to balance it, so they're heavily dependent. So when you look at the bottom line, we have about $1 million difference going on down here at the bottom. We're almost out of it at about a negative 237,000 in the outer year. Now, just for apples to apples, and to mention it, if indeed we had more than $1 million carryover, what we have done is pointed to our capital transfer to the capital fund as a one-time type of thing, because it's capital, from the general fund to the capital fund. That was about $750,000. That's what's budgeted or forecasted in these numbers. If indeed we had that kind of a fund balance, and if indeed we counted it that way, then we're looking at something that's around $300,000 to $400,000 is your difference. And when I say that, that really says we're just on the verge of coming out of this without having to do significant things to our budgets. And as I say that, just a reminder, this is a forecast. It is not budget level quality, but this is fairly precise coming from your departments. And then next slide. But even if we can start turning this red into positive, and we will, here's all these other things. What's not in the multi-year? We still need the remaining amount of money for the construction manager for juvenile. We need equipment for the juvenile facility in the second year. We have the design. That's a net need to design the jail. And remember, we had the $1 million we set aside this year. We do not have an actual quote yet, but we're estimating somewhere around that amount of money. And then somewhere around 18, 19, depending on how aggressively we can move on the jail. This came from the report we gave you back in, I think it was October. We're looking at least somewhere around $600,000 a year in increased operational cost if there's no change in staff. And that's primarily food and medical costs for the jail. But down here, I don't know if Chief Evans is here. No. But he's saying he needs almost an engine or water tender a year interchangeably for the next several years to bring our fleet up to snuff. We used to fund our fleet using a dedicated tax measure the voters used to renew on a regular basis. It was used just for fleet purchases. That hasn't happened in years. Road equipment, based on the numbers from our road department, we need about $380,000 a year to bring that fleet up to some kind of snuff. Our IT major system replacements would average out to about $620,000 a year. That's things like our CREST property tax system. Someday we need to replace our PeopleSoft system, which is really the heart of our financial payroll personnel system, and there's others. Your deferred road maintenance, the net need. You remember this morning we were saying to bring our road system up to standard, we need about $10.4 million a year. We invest about 1.8, on the ground today. So this is the net. We already budget 1.8. So what's the difference between 1.8 and 10.4? It's 8.6 million a year is what we really need. And this is getting back to, I think it was John had mentioned what some other communities have done to start addressing this. But again, federal and state government need to look at this too. This is bigger than Tuolumne County. Every county in the state could have numbers similar to this, proportionate to their county. And then lastly is our deferred building and grounds maintenance. And I don't know what that number is. I'm standing here. We last did an assessment back in 2004, and it's just too old. We need to update that to present to your board. So you can see these capital needs running anywhere from $10 million to $13 million a year. Not that that's expected of this board, but I did put in blue those things that you, for the most part, are either obligated to or you said are your highest priorities, like the new jail. So with that, a couple ending observations. The general fund ongoing revenues are covering expenses, by 16, 17. You could almost say 15, 16. We are very close to having arrived at the new normal. Your traditional road and fire fund revenues will not keep pace with the basic expenditure needs. We need new revenue sources or a major general fund injection. And the kind of money that we need in those funds, if it came out of the general, that would be very, very significant. And our major concerns moving forward, again, how realistic are the revenue projections given RIM, fire, and drought? Will Congress extend secure rural schools and PILT beyond this year? Bargaining is not concluded. This could increase our labor costs if we don't complete that. Important to not add ongoing costs until we have revenues to cover it. And we have several important one-time costs that are not in this multi-year. So with that, I'm done.
Craig, on the unfunded infrastructure liability numbers that thank you for putting those in, by the way. Those, as you go year to year in the 5-year, does that assume that you've addressed the previous year? In other words, is there compounded interest, so to speak, figured into those, or is that just a straight line estimate?
I think it's just a straight line estimate, came right out of the pavement management.
So to the extent that we don't address them in year 1, we exacerbate them in year 2,
Correct.
3, 4, 5.
Every year it gets more expensive.
That's what I thought. Thanks.
Other board questions?
Yep.
Randy?
On your multi-year combined funds thing, you took the contingency allowance, you added that back in, but doesn't that belie the real number? Because we're never going to operate without $1 million contingency.
Yeah, let me explain that. This is something we've talked about before, and it's good you're asking. In that number, why don't you flash it back up? So in the $1,360,000 number under 2015, it assumes that we're budgeting a new allocation of $1 million. What we've been able to do, not guaranteed though, and like a drought year like this, we might need to touch that, but we've historically been able to manage in such a way to keep at least $1 million or there's about, in that fund and in that line, and that carries over.
Oh, so you're putting it and taking it out at the same time.
Correct. And the boards in the past, and again, who knows what's going to happen? I mean, the drought that we're talking about, we may have to do some things we haven't done before here, but the board has always tried to put that money back into contingencies where, when it can, if there's savings or revenue opportunities that happen during the year. So that's the assumption. If we end up having to spend it for a fire, a flood, something happens to one of our buildings, like I'm thinking a few years back, we had a major problem with the courthouse and had to step in there with a lot of dollars to fix it and so forth. Things happen that may not be available, but generally speaking, it does remain available.
Any other board questions? Or let's go to public comment. Yay or nay? All right, very nice. Make it easy. I'll bring it back to the board.
Well, Mr. Chairman?
Do we have?
Well, I'll just frame it here. This is just a report based on it's a baseline report with no changes. In a moment, you can feel free to, hey, Craig, we'd like to see a new version of this prepared for our next board meeting with any changes that you'd like to see made. But just to say again, we're not out of the woods yet, and we still need to finish things off with our bargaining groups to make this real. And there's still work to be done to balance this. But again, it is optimistic, and it speaks to, the hard work of your board. It speaks to the hard work of our employees, from the line worker to our department heads have worked really hard to get this to this point. And we're really close to turning the corner on this, as long as we don't have any other major impacts coming from in areas that are beyond our control.
Go ahead, John.
Is this the time we should just have a discussion about these high priority general fund positions?
Yeah, if there's no questions on this, then yes, this would be the time to talk about what kind of, and let me step back. Something that we talked about is that it's new to our process. So Craig has now given his multi-year forecast, which is baseline, same staff at tomorrow's cost with tomorrow's revenues. So before we start coming up with strategies, rather than just take this and go build a budget based on this with some changes, this is your chance that your board's wanted to say, we'd like to change some of the assumptions in here. It could be on revenues, it could be on expenses. The one specific area that you have asked about has been restoration of some positions. And in your packet was provided a list from departments. I did update that with just two numbers. They should be highlighted in yellow. I put on the dais. We were informed that those were not, the numbers that were in the original packet weren't the correct ones. The ones that I have highlighted in yellow are in revenue recovery and treasurer tax. And I also did highlight in green, just to point out that there are 4 positions in here that may have all or partial funding associated with them, which you may want to take into consideration. So with that, Mr. Chair, if we're fine with the baseline, accept that report, you can give me direction on how you'd like me to modify this and come back to you at your next meeting with a new version.
Go ahead, John.
Well, it would seem prudent to look at these positions that will fund themselves, especially the ones that are going to create money. I'm looking at the Rush Creek project. We know that if the sooner that's done, the sooner we have another 80 to 100 jobs and more TOT tax being collected. And if they're going to pay for themselves, I also questioned a while back the 50 projects that we have for the civil engineering division, whether we had enough staff to monitor that, and if there's grant dollars in there to pay for that, it would seem to me to be prudent to advertise for that position and get those things in place. It's more than likely not going to have an effect on the general fund. So to me, that's pretty much of a no-brainer, using supervisors' plans words on that we should really seriously look at those in the budget preparation.
Yeah, and any of those, I think it'd be good to have the department head, speak to that as to, is it fully funded? If so, for how long? If it's partially funded, how much? So that you know.
Okay.
Yeah, personally, I think there's a couple of three positions in the county that I think are really key, that in my personal opinion, we probably actually made a mistake in, I wasn't here, but I'll take credit for it, in making those cuts. And number one among them, my personal opinion, is the county council. I would really like to see us look for a way to put back in a deputy county council one into the budget. Number two, not so much long-term. I mean, but I think that we really do have an issue this year, and maybe we'll look at it and maybe possibly as a two-phase approach, an interim solution that gets us through the election, and the possibility of extending that longer if funds are available. But down in the elections area, we're really kind of hurting. And number three, and this really goes to a public safety issue. And again, I've said it before, but I've had a lot of public complaints about the lack of around-the-clock animal control. Animals don't get out of control just during duty hours. And so those three, to me, are real critical needs. And then obviously, once I get past those, I start looking at the sheriff's department. And I'm looking for ways to get him healthy, especially with the fact that, and I applaud them for doing it, they're going out and doing some hiring at the academy level. That's a long lead to get a guy that's actually got a badge and a gun in a car all by himself, flying solo around the county. And that's a year to a year and a half in some cases, depending on how long they got to wait after they hire to go to the academy. It could be as much as 2 years. So he needs to have people in the pipeline, and he's down, I think, at least 33%, maybe higher. I don't know, but he needs the ability to be able to hire with some long lead and have some people in the pipeline and still cover his responsibilities for patrol and all the other things that the sheriff's department does. So those are the things that I'd personally be interested in looking at, and I'll stop there.
Yeah, I agree a lot with what Supervisor Rover said. I think the county council, we've had some near misses there, and near misses. We didn't miss them, but they were almost missed. They weren't near hits. And I see the workload and the backlog growing there, and particularly with the child welfare services, we had a recent case where they they literally did almost miss one, and they somehow figured out how to do it. We're killing those people. And the elections thing is an immediate thing as far as I'm concerned. Ms. Batista is going to sink there. This is an election year, and she's got a lot to do, and she doesn't have enough help in that elections office to handle the election, particularly if she gets pulled out of being an elections person herself, and that could happen. And then, while I shared a little bit of concern that Supervisor Rutherford has for animal control, I really am worried about the sheriff in terms of handling this transition from rookie academy type to like I think you said it, solo. It's just important from a public safety point of view. I think there's more stress on us with AB 109 activities and the lack of jail capacity until we stabilize that whole function. I think we're going to have issues where we got to support the public safety there, and we got to find ways to do that, and creative ways to do it. And I mean, there is some cost savings in terms of what we're doing in terms of replacing vacancies, but we're being forced to double up too, so there's a cost. So we got to focus on how to help the sheriff do what the sheriff's got to do.
Go ahead, John.
I just, I'm looking at the list, and I read the backup material, talked to some of the staff, and quite honestly, there's nothing on this list that isn't important. I mean, every single item here is something that I don't want to pick and choose on. I have my rathers. I want to make sure that we do them all. But looking at being realistic, we already know that we have $1 million or so that we've got to recoup already in the shortfall of that number.
Yes, and it could go up if we can't complete bargaining.
Okay. And so we add all these up, that's 1.8, so now we've got a $4 million hole that we're realistically trying to plug. And to add anything, you need to add the ones that will pay for themselves. In my mind, I don't know how we are going to do it. And I believe we need every single one of these people that have been put on this list. I see Mr. Knowles out there, and reading his particular letter, it makes all the sense in the world to have somebody to do that supervision. I know I'd like to have another sheriff's deputy, especially if he's in Groveland more often. I mean, that'd make me totally happy. So, but geez, we got to be realistic. But what are we going to do here? We're going to, in order to pick up those particular items, which Carl, I agree with your everything you and Randy had said there. It's roughly $600,000 more. So we're going to have to cut $600,000 somewhere. I don't know how many Pedro dollars we have out there, but let's let him work on it. Let's let him go ahead and see if there is a way. But at this point, I'm saying let's pick and be positive about the ones that will fund themselves. Give that direction first, and then you can pick up any single one of them. I'm in favor of whatever you want to put on that list, because I think it's all important, and they're all for good reasons.
Go ahead, Sherry.
Yeah, I agree that definitely we should go after those things, those positions that have the potential of funding themselves. Likewise, all of these, there's justification for all of them, but I do have a lot of concerns in two fronts, and I guess I would ask, for some prioritization, something is going to rise, and that is our county counsel's office. And I am, again, while all of these make sense, I am gravely concerned about the sheriff's needs, and both Supervisor Hanfeld and Supervisor Rutherford spoke to that, but the need to have adequate personnel out there. And we do have a time frame here where it sounds like we have a lot of, with the new folks coming in, a period where they need to be, takes two. So I guess I'm saying I would be in favor of definitely going after those, looking at those things that have the funding attached to them. But we've got to be realistic too. Supervisor Gray spoke to it. Right now, I don't, you can't pull those dollars out of thin air. So,
Can you go back on to some of the information that was up here? There was a list of the general fund year-to-year balance, not balance, but the figure, and it also showed the overall budget. That shows the total adopted budget. Do we have something that shows the general fund? Yeah, and I'm just curious what we're looking at, not just the delta, but the actual number. I was just trying to remember if we saw that. And then sorry, I'm backtracking here on you a little bit.
Is it the one with the discretionary money? The slide?
No, basically that works. I'm just kind of getting an idea of what we're at.
And just the general fund number that you see, we put it so you can see it, but it's also embedded in the governmental funds. It's a governmental fund, so that 54 million is part of the 124 million governmental fund total.
Right. So that's our 13, 14, and then do you have, we've got a 5-year for some of this other stuff and it shows a delta, but do you have a figure that shows the actual numbers? I'd like
When you
to
say
see
actual numbers, what kind of numbers? We got lots of
like the
numbers.
54 up there, what the actual budgeted general fund number is, not just plus or minus. I'm just curious.
Okay, so you're looking for department appropriations, or you're looking for, because that is the total budget, total general fund budget.
But for a 5-year.
For 5 years.
You've got the 5-year that shows the delta, right? And that
Okay.
last slide that we're looking at.
There she's bringing it.
Make sure I'm not getting mixed up on you.
Sorry. This is the appropriations tab. So this is a worksheet we use that generates the final numbers that you have before you.
Sure.
So let me scroll over here.
The total
Let me fix this real
expenditures.
quick. Yeah, this. All right, total expenditures, which is not your net county cost, would be this one here.
Which one is that?
It doesn't have the, these are governmental, and it does not have your projection in there. It takes you through.
We can get it.
Okay. I like to get an idea of how that's trending, because we always get the delta and it shows whether we're, we'll have what are we looking at, 1.4 whole for 14, 15, is that right? But I want to know what the actual number is, because some of those revenues are going up and so are some of those expenses, and I just want to see what those are actually looking like, if it's more one side versus the other. We've got the language and all the kind of qualitative or descriptive projections for what's happening with all those revenues and so forth, but I just want to see those numbers. And then I was curious, do you have projections for the carryover that we've had? Traditionally, we have one-time funds at the end of every year due to conservative budgeting and so forth. I'd be interested in trying to just look at the trends that we've had and then trying to actually anticipate some of those.
Yeah, I've actually gone through the numbers with Ms. Batista a couple of times. Are you talking about the end-of-year fund balances?
Yeah.
Okay, the end-of-year fund balances for the last 5 years are somewhere between $2.3 and $3.5 million each year to year. And again, what we're showing up here, it's important to understand, it's step one of a budget exercise. So that $1 million at the bottom of the thing is money that we have to find. We always start off trying to find money. And whatever that number is based on a set of assumptions. And Craig's assumptions every year, I think, he can correct me if I'm wrong, are basically what he said earlier today. This is current year's people at next year's cost with next year's expected revenues, et cetera. So everything just kind of rolls straight line from this year into the next year with the new budget assumptions, okay? By the way, that's the lowest number that I've seen since I've been watching the figures. And I know it's probably the lowest number that anybody that's sitting on this dais has seen, because it's...
Which number, Carl?
The bottom one, combined shortfall.
1.3?
Yeah,
Or
1.033.
Yeah.
What I'm asking, and it's just me, but what I'm asking is that we take a look at, well, for instance, if I took the top three that I mentioned and 2 sheriff's deputies, that's less than $400,000 added to that. And what I would like to see is 2 approaches to the next step. One would be take that 1.033 and how do we find that money? The other one would be how do we take the 1.4 that would result from that, or whatever this group collectively decides are the ones that we really have as a really high priority to put back in, and let's see how we do the budget to get them back in. And it may not be possible to do that, or it may be possible to only do the first 3 or the first 2, or I don't know what it is. But we've dealt with much tougher numbers in the past and found a way to do it. So I'm just suggesting an approach that would allow us to look for opportunities through maybe some, and I don't want to use a term that's pejorative, but I can't think of a better one, creative budgeting or whatever. But let's take a look at how we've gotten to $2.5 to $3.75 million end-of-year fund balances every year for the last 5 years. Are there some assumptions that we consistently make year to year that can be refined that would allow us then to put some of these, what I would call very high priority positions, back in so we can help our staff do their job better?
Go ahead, John.
What about an approach to it this way? Is let's pick a number that we want to work towards. And I don't want to say completely forget about the positions, but how much can we squeeze another $600,000? Then we know we have $600,000 to work for. Then we can decide. Take out the ones that we already know that we can pay for. Figure 400,000 or 500,000. Carl, you came up with a figure around 400,000 or something like that. Pick $500,000 and say, we want to try to find another $500,000 to fund $500,000 worth of added positions. Strategic positions. Instead of us saying, I favor this one, type of thing. It makes more sense to, because we don't know how much money we've got. Let's figure.
Yeah, if I can just inject, and I'm still interested in, to hear Supervisor Royce's ideas on priorities here, but this is a forecast, it's not a budget, and I can't do a budget in a week, which is what we're on the verge of saying here.
Yeah.
What we can do is at a strategic level, say, here's what you're saying are highest priorities, and what could I do strategically, to incorporate those and address, like Carl was saying, we got a problem that we're facing here. I mentioned one assumption could be, for now, say, the $750,000 transfer to capital. We're going to assume we're going to have a fund balance, and that's okay. We're going to continue to do that. It shrinks the problem. That's easy. From there, it doesn't get so easy, because I don't think anyone's thinking that there's any excess of people out there and that kind of a thing, because I don't know. We're so tight now. So even though the number shrunk, and it has, and I'm very proud of that, and a lot of hard work and all, but we've shrunk to where we're so tight we're squeaking everywhere and people are tiring. So I need to come back and give you some ideas of, here's some ways that we could strategically look at trying to bring that number down and incorporate some of the things that you guys are expressing.
And I would never advocate trading a position one place for a position in another place. I'm not looking to cut current positions to fund other positions elsewhere. That's not the intent. But again, I think there are some things that we can look at that we've done habitually in the past that have gotten us to a certain end-of-year fund situation that maybe we can get that down a little tighter, make a little bit more, a little tighter assumptions, and get ourselves in a position where we can start buying back some of these, what I consider to be very, very critical positions. And I agree with John, if we can have positions that pay for themselves, and we're just throwing money away by not having them, then we ought to do that. But having said that, I think there are some very high priority positions that I'm very interested in. Hi, Deb, you want to talk?
Come on up.
Hi, I'm Debbie Batista. I'm the county clerk and auditor controller. What I really want to caution you guys is that this is a forecast, and these aren't actual. One of the things that happens every single year that's not built in this at all is that we have people. You can use my office. That's one of the reasons why I'm talking about bringing somebody in. We have people who decide to leave. They don't tell us that there's leave. If you look at all these figures, they're based upon fully staffed, 100%, and perhaps what we need to do is figure in a percentage, however we want to do it, be very cautious, about a vacancy factor for the general fund and some of the other ones. Number two, and Craig kind of brought it out, is that there are some one-time money into some of those figures, and whether it's just the capital or not. And again, this is supposed to be a tool for you guys to come up with some ways that you want to use it. Sometimes I sit back there and what I'm hearing is people are taking this, that this is actual and this is where we're going to be, and it's not. This truly is a great tool to give you trends, but there are things that always happens, and the vacancy is one. Funding capital could be another one to use for the fund balance, and we've done that in the past. I'm cautioning you not to use this as actual activity, that it truly is a tool. It's a great tool, but it's never perfect, and things do happen. And, the auditor's office is a perfect example. I'm going to have a $12,000 short or overage this year that I'm going to come to you in either the next board meeting or the following one to bring in some temporary help in elections. And we have that all the time. We have that, and then when the new person comes in, not only do you have usually a period of time that position is unfilled, usually the new person costs us a lot less money. So anyway, I'm just back there listening, and the sheriff made me do it.
Well, and a couple other comments on the fund balance. We're working really hard because I know that's something you guys wanted to talk about. And we're within just tens of thousands in a couple of years to where we want to be precise. So where's been the variance between what we projected and what happened, and then why? Because some of it really was manna, what I call manna from heaven. There's no way you could have predicted it. Congress increased this. We had a 5-year audit come in, whatever, and identify those things, and then get down to what's perhaps more reasonable that you could explain and manage. Where are those areas that we have consistently miss our targets, our projections? How do we tighten those, those down? And then there's some that's just pluses and minuses that happen during the year. And I think it's more of those ones that trend out that you see more frequently each year. That's what we really want to focus on, if we can, and see if we can eliminate that out of our system. But to be really clear, if we're talking about on fund balance, our policy says, we're not going to use that for ongoing things. So I assume that's what we're talking. We look at the analysis of the fund balance, and if there's something that's ongoing nature to it, then we can maybe build some positions in. Maybe it's a higher revenue that we're getting, and that's what the issue is.
The idea is there's a trend of always having fund balance that's fairly substantial. And some of the assumptions that are being made are not including things like vacancy rates and so forth. So if we can consider some of those things, we may be able to have a little bit more of a foresight of what those things are going to be. But we're still going to have, I still want to be conservative in our assumptions, and I still want to have a fund balance. I don't want to eliminate to where we end up at zero, because then we're taking a
Or worse.
risk. Right. We're taking a risk. But we do have a contingency allowance, and we also have reserves in the event that something catastrophic happens.
Right.
But when we look at, for 2015, for example, there's a $1 million combined shortfall, which is just a forecast. Typically, we're having a $2 million fund balance. That tells us that we're still going to have, if you included that in some of that, you still would have some money to cover it. And I like to take that into consideration at the front end when we're making this decision, because in the past, it took a couple of years to realize and get the experience to know that it's going to be there, and knowing that takes off some of the pressure.
Yeah.
So I think it's been a good discussion. I'm glad it's been brought up. And then as far as these positions, I would kind of stick with some of the points I heard, that at this time I don't really want to advocate for specific ones. I don't think we're prepared to do that, but I think at some point the board would like the opportunity to look in more detail at the different positions and as Carl said, take a chunk of them eventually and try to bring them back
Go ahead,
in.
Carl.
Yeah, another thing that, and it doesn't have to do with this exercise right now, but it has to do more with the end of the year exercise that we go through. When we do end up with an end of year fund balance, I would be very interested in saying that as a department by department fund balance, and then I'd like to know what it was that specifically contributed to that fund balance, because there's two situations that I think could happen that would merit us maybe looking at modifying our policy on how we deal with end-of-year fund balances. One situation would be where it's just really good management on the part of the department head, and I'd like to be able to incentivize that a little bit by maybe plowing some of that, probably not all of it, but back into that department so that they could use it to do their job better. That's just incentivizing good management. The second one is that maybe the end of the year fund balance is because there was a problem and they just literally couldn't solve the problem, so they ended up with some excess money. But they're in the process of solving that problem, and that money could be useful to them in trying to do a near-term solution to the problem. So in those cases, again, I'd like them to be able to use the excess money in the early part of the following year to implement the solution to the problem. So it's for reasons like that I just kind of like to see where is that, because all we get is a big number that says 2.45 or whatever it was end of year fund balance. I'd kind of like to know where it would tell us where our problems are. It would also tell us who our really good managers are. So just a thought.
I would agree, but I believe I have seen that breakdown in the past. But I think what we're getting at is we got money from above that hardly ever comes, but it does come. Let's not include that in it as analysis, because that is truly one-time money, and we should not even be thinking about
one-time revenues,
using it for anything else. But if it's a consistently reoccurring item, using Debbie's example there with unfilled positions and things, we can look at them. It's just, I don't know how big it's going to change that number. It's.
Well, the type of analysis we're talking, that we got down to that level of detail because we want to definitively, the numbers don't lie, here was the projection, here's what actually happened. And actually even projection to what happened doesn't tell the story either, because they're just trying to project what was going to happen. There's another way of looking at it, and that's budget to budget. There's a lot of work. It's also how far do we want to go. I think I'm trying to, I'll think on it, and I know what you're wanting, and come back to talk about it. But certainly when we have variances that happen consistently, we want to, if it's good, how can we make sure that continues to happen? If it's not not good, then how do we stop that, from happening? Just a couple comments, too, that when this, I remember discussing this with my predecessor, Brent, Wallace, and like when we had vacancies, like Debbie said, someone could start the year and you didn't know, they're going to leave. In the middle of the year, you have a bunch of people leave. What Brent used to do, that's not do any great management. That's just someone left. And then that varies as the years go on. What Brent used to do, used to go ahead and have the board take that money out of that budget, park it into contingencies, so they can't say, well, through great management, now I've got this money, I want to go spend it. No, because that just is the good fortune from a savings-wise standpoint, someone left. Experience also says in the general fund, very few departments have that kind of vacancy turnover. You even say that they're going to have that. The sheriff has been one, and that fluctuates a lot. And there has been a lot of good work, done there, and filling positions and that kind of a thing. But that's about one of the very few in the general fund. The other department, which is not general fund, we were talking about this at department heads, by the way, our last meeting. The other one is over in social services. But that's, again, 100% state and federal funded. And their goal is to hold on to those folks, but there's a lot of turnover that happens in those particular areas. Once you get past them, there's not too many departments that see that kind of turnover. But, anyway, I'll try to bring things along those lines back to you, but just some reaction from experience.
Yeah, when I talked about incentivizing good management, I didn't talk about incentivizing management by luck. Okay, I mean, really, it would be a situation where they actually, and I can't think of a good example, but maybe somebody, and I know they're already doing it, but Bev goes to online permitting and all of that stuff, and that realizes a savings of some amount of money. Then, something like that, whether it's in Bev's department or the sheriff's department or
Well, I'll give you a good example. Well, the sheriff did one a couple years ago when he outsourced the food service at the jail.
Exactly.
He saved an enormous amount of money.
That's the example I was going to go to.
That is specifically good management decisions.
Right.
And that's the kind of stuff he's right, we need to incentivize.
Right.
Now, and in my tenure here, I've seen the sheriff basically get budgeted. He's created a lot of our excess money at the end of the year not because he wanted to, because he had trouble filling positions, but we've got most of those positions filled now, and at a lower level, so he's going to create some more money. There are other offsetting costs, I know, but you've got to look at all of those things, what happened and why, and decide. But that outsourcing food was a big deal, and I give the sheriff a lot of credit for that.
All right.
Well, look, just one last thing is, so we'll work on these things and come back and try to address them as best we can, remembering all along it's a forecast, it's not a budget. One thing that prior boards have done too is after we've done this, and we'll get some general direction from it, but it may be too where the direction will ultimately be that here are these priorities. It really would be kind of a given if you really have a revenue offset on those kinds of things. And maybe if it's grant funded, they're grant funded positions. That's different than an ongoing position, and we look at it that way. But we can have your priorities at minimum. We have your priorities, and you're basically telling me, Mr. Pedro, if there's any way possible without taking out existing positions, we want to see these in the budget proposal, that comes to us, and we're trying to do it in May this year, so you get an earlier look at it rather than 1st of June on its way to adoption in late June, something like that.
I applaud that.
Yeah, the ears are working really good.
Okay. Last chance. Good.
Any comments?
Oh, do we want to give public one quick chance to stir up the pot? Cool. Thank you. All right. Let's slam reports out. I don't know. Go ahead and read it.
Reports.
There you go. And let's start with Anvil. Let's get it over with.
Would you like an RCRC report?
What?
Would you like an RCRC report?
Yes, please, actually.
Okay, that will take a little time with your indulgence. In the general
just teasing
county.
you, Randy. I was just teasing you.
It's your call, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
In the general county issues, I brought up the AB 109 funding in the support of the LA position. That got some traction with other people, and that's where I saw a chart. I'll find it and share it with you all when I can. It looked like long-term decreases in the state's plan, and to fully fund AB 109 is important. We talked about the ag education thing that comes out explicitly in the budget was supposed to be put back into the general education budget, but everybody believes that'll get lost in the general education budget. They talked about the secure rural schools and the PILT in that ag bill, so I won't belabor those points. We talked about the frogs and toads designation, habitat, and economic analysis, and the fact that the economic analysis was not a real economic analysis, it was only their cost for managing this thing, which is pure unadulterated stupidity and myopic and narrow-minded. But what came up for the eastern counties, that's not just my opinion, that was theirs, was that in the eastern counties, particularly Mono and Inyo, they have the same problem that we have with toads with sage grouse. But they're not getting any traction anywhere in the state with that because no one else has the problem, and it lops over into Nevada, obviously. But and to show the craziness of how they designate the critical habitat, the courthouse in Bridgeport is critical habitat for the sage grouse. I'll leave that enough said there. But there was some discussion that one of the counties was suggesting that maybe we collectively retain counsel for some of these species designation things collectively. I'll have to talk with our counsel if that gains any momentum anywhere. I already talked about the Williamson Act contracts, and there is a state PILT payment thing. Senator Wolk is carrying a bill on that subject, but it's interesting to note, and I maybe ask county counsel to follow up on this. Glenn County has filed suit against the state to ensure PILT payments, and they're seeking support from other counties. So you may want to ask the Glenn County Council what's going on there. Medicinal marijuana, we've already talked about that today. That had a long discussion. Several counties have just went to zero tolerance, no outdoor grows, and no dispensaries. Tulare, Fresno, Nevada. Humboldt has 3 dispensaries, and they monitor electricity use, to see who's growing. That Shasta is banned to everything, and then they commented about the multiple measures competing in the legislature. Assembly Speaker Perez talked a lot about the budget. He says there are surpluses in the billions. He talked about fiscal stability and a rainy day fund and not spending the money like his friends like to do it. He talked about there's one-time money, short-term money, and long-term money. You got to separate them all out, and we need to think about that too. That when you get a surplus, but he did say that it was a good place to have some movement on Williamson Act subvention. So maybe Perez is working on our thing, and he did talk about service storage and the water bond. There was discussion over the Senate Constitutional Amendment number 3, which includes reimbursements for Brown Act public records and Act mandate claims. I don't know much about that, but that was mentioned in passing. And then the 2 other things I thought were interesting that may impact us, and on the budget discussion, was the courthouse funding in the governor's budget includes Tuolumne County, a reasonably small amount relative to anybody else, it looked like, although one person was less than us, but basically $3 million, a little more in the courthouse, and I assume that's for the planning phases of the courthouse. Tehama County for a new courthouse in Red Bluff was getting $46.7 million. I mean, I thought a jail was expensive. Courthouses are, and then they did talk about jail funding. That's about what I've got. I do want to mention one other thing, and mention that here publicly, is that during the course of the RCRC meeting, it was time to elect the new regional representatives to the executive committee, and Region 4 selected me as the representative, so I will be representing the rural counties of Region 4 in at RCRC Executive Committee. So with your concurrence, I hope. Okay, other than that, I did meet with the undersheriff a couple of times since the last meeting. I went to the RCRC board. There was the installation of officers, which we had the opportunity, several of us were there, and we had the opportunity to meet several of the legislators, not only our own, but others outside Tuolumne County, including people like Assembly Member Dolly and Gordon and Senator Canella and a few others. I came back to Sacramento and I went to Brown Act training with the not-so-boring Miss Drivdahl. The only thing I say is she picks on some of the participants a little bit, but that's okay. I attended the Visitors Bureau meeting. I went to Judge Dew Temple's retirement party at the Elks. That was fun. That man led a colorful career, and I wish him well in retirement. I went to the In Focus show that Tuolumne County Arts Alliance was putting on. I think it's still going on. Some great work there, and you ought to see that. I went to the sportsman dinner at the Elks Club, Motherlode job training, and then I went with Jim Maddox to the Forest Service meeting in Fresno on the management plan for the next for the southern counties. I've said before, we need to get involved in that. We need to get involved in that. They're nearing the end of it. They admitted they're going to cookie cutter it and give it to us. I went to Jeff Eller's reception. I went out with Fish and Wildlife on Jawbone Ridge and spent a day with them out there. If you get a chance to do that, you ought to do that. You get a real feel for what really happened in Rimfire and the results. We always talk about managing the forest on great gray owls, spotted owls, goshawks. They flew away, may have been homeless temporarily, but the terrestrial animals took a real beating in this thing, a real beating, and we're not managing forest right. And I also went to the Forest Service Training Center at McClellan on last Friday, rimfire recovery. I got a lot to talk about in that, but I won't bore you with that. GAC yesterday, and I met with some of the medical marijuana advocates this morning, so that's it.
Thank you. Rutherford.
Yeah, on the 22nd, I went to the State Parks Capital District All Hands up in Sacramento, and then attended the RCRC annual installation of officers and receptions along with Supervisors Brennan and Hanvelt. The 23rd, I attended a Calaveras County Water District sponsored water forestry summit. Tom McClintock was the opening speaker, and interestingly enough, there were supervisors from 5 different counties. Alpine, Calaveras, Amador, Tuolumne, and Mariposa counties were all represented there. And then I came back to chair the Water Policy Committee meeting here on the 24th. I also attended Judge Dew Temple's retirement luncheon, and I think Randy said it all. I also attended a meeting between our staff and the Promotion Club in Jamestown concerning Roca Park improvements that they want to make. On the 27th, I participated as a board member on the Central Sierra Child Support Services JPA, and then that evening I was a participant in the Youth Commission here. And on the 28th, I also attended Jeff Eller's promotion reception. That was very, very well done. Not only that, the food was really good. And then also I attended that evening the TUD board meeting when they went to stage 3 water rationing. On the 30th, I met with Larry Cope to talk about economic development in our county, and also participated with Supervisor Gray on the Board of Supervisors Planning Committee meeting. On the 2nd, I gained 3 pounds by going to the American Legion breakfast, the Super Bowl Rotary breakfast, the VFW Super Bowl event, and the Elk Super Bowl event, all of which had food. On the 3rd, I also attended the GAC, and then I went to I attended with Chairman Royce, the water meeting that our EOC people had with all of the water districts in the county to talk about the way forward and the prelude to our vote earlier this evening for an this morning for an emergency. Thank you.
All right, on Wednesday, the 22nd, I met with Ralph Felix, General Manager, Lake Don Pedro Community Service District. They too have a water shortage. They're going to be facing some real serious problems. And they want to be a part of what's going on here. Half of that district is in Tuolumne County, so we certainly want to include them. On the 29th, I had Groveland office hours, met with a couple constituents on various matters, and on the same day also met with the General Manager, Groveland Community Service District, discussing their plans for their cutback and other issues. On the 30th, I had Lake Don Pedro office hours. I met with Lake Don Pedro Trailblazers group. They have been working diligently to improve the public trails down in Lake Don Pedro, and are looking at some additional trails to improve on in one of the other units, and I'm trying to get them together with Tyler Summersell, our trails master, to give them some ideas on possibly ways to find a little bit of funding. Also on the 30th, with Supervisor Roeder for the Board of Supervisors Planning Committee, doing general plan update work. I think we have a good committee, and we seem to be moving things along pretty at a pretty good pace, and I hope it continues. On the 3rd, I met with Tyler Somerset from TCTC, and there's a project going on in the Groveland area on trails that incorporates some trails in the National Forest with some existing trails in the Groveland area. He's trying to coordinate with the Forest Service and a private mountain biking group that is in the Groveland area. And if that happens, there's going to be a really extensive number of trails. That is my report.
Ms. Brennan.
I will make it short, as my fellow supervisors have hit on a number of the activities that I was attending. I would just add that the 22nd, I was at the RCRC meeting, and would like to commend Supervisor Hanfeld for stepping forward, being voted our district regional rep, and look forward to you being very vocal about all of our issues. But with the report, and I think this is really important with the Yosemite and the yellow-legged frog and the Yosemite toad, because I've attended actually a couple of meetings in the last few weeks, and the same items continue to rise, and we need the public to really understand this, that with this listing, that 90% of the animals' decline is from a virus that they carry within their own population. The economic analysis that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has to do only incorporates the economic impact to their agency of mitigating or the consultation for the frog and toad. It does not include anything else, nothing from the area they're in or the other activities that are impacted. And we have to work on that one. Then I was at a meeting on the 23rd in Jackson at the NRCS, working on what potential opportunities may be out there in conjunction with some of the restoration efforts that will be going on in the rim fire. On the 23rd was at a water meeting. The 29th, I met with Tim Miller with the city to get an update on some of their activities. And then yesterday on the 3rd, I was at the YSS Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions, which is a collaborative that the Forest Service is working on, and lots of discussion about what the restoration effort will be in the rim fire.
Thank you. As Supervisor Hanvelt said, Carlin Drifdahl did her Brown Act training on the 23rd, and it was very successful. She's also been working on a lot of leases and contracts with Mo from the CAO's office. Chris has been working on the ATCA personnel policies. They're revising all of their policies, so that's taking substantial time. He's also been doing a lot of research and advice to the treasurer tax collector on various issues. On January 22nd, I was in an all-day-long dependency hearing. I also assisted Ann Fremd with some of the fact-finding, presentation, and prep work and attended that session. And then Chris and I had a conference call with Water Council as they're continuing working on the assignment the board gave to them. I'm hoping within the next month or so that we'll actually have a memo from them. And then I wanted to thank Ann Fremd for organizing an Insurance 101 session for us with people from CSAC, EIR, our insurance. It was really informative and really helpful.
Clerk?
Nothing to report.
All right. And you guys have pretty much talked about all my stuff. I'm going to skip myself and see
Yeah,
if Mr.
you've
Pedro
heard
can
plenty from me
wrap it up.
today, so I'll just extend some information. Our district attorney also submitted a Office of Traffic Safety Vehicle Prosecution Grant. The deadline, again, it came really quick, short notice. The deadline was 31st of January, so he was letting me know on Friday, and I said I would report to you that he submitted it. And if successful, it'll come back and you have to still approve it, but it's 100% federal dollars if awarded. And the area he'd be looking at is targeting drivers under the influence of alcohol and drugs. And it's about $239,000. There's some additional positions that he's looking for. But as Mr. Knowles noted, it's highly competitive. It's one thing to get these one-time types of things like with fire, but when you start talking positions and things like this, it's really competitive. But he did submit that, and if successful, we'll bring that back to your board for approval.
All right. Thank you. And with that, I guess we will adjourn our meeting.
Anything to report?
Yep.
That's right.